Good morning to all the participants of this one-day workshop which we are organizing from IIRS Dehradun on advances in laser remote sensing of forest ecosystem. And this workshop is being conducted today, and I welcome all of you, those who have interest in this workshop, and we have uh, found a very good response for this workshop. Uh, can you, Dr. Nandi, can you go to the next slide, please? So if you look at the schedule of this workshop, so we have, in fact, we have tried our best to cover different aspects of technological aspect as well as the application aspects of LiDAR remote sensing. And so there are going to be in total 5 presentations today, and each presentation will be roughly about 30 to 35 minutes and followed by some discussions. So we have in this workshop invited very experienced researchers, those who have been working on LiDAR for quite some time, and among them Professor Bharat Lohani from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. He is going to talk about airborne, and then we have Dr. Raghavendra Sara from ADRIN Hyderabad. He is going to deal with UAV LiDAR. Dr. Suresh Reddy from NRSC Hyderabad. He will be talking about terrestrial remote sensing, terrestrial laser remote sensing, and Dr. Nandi from IIS Forest Ecology Department on space-based LiDAR applications. So in total, we thought that within this time of one day, we will cover all these topics. So then next, Dr. Nandi, maybe you can go to the next slides.
Yeah. So to start with the thing, as sir said, like these are the program schedule of today's workshop. So to start with, the first speaker is Dr. Hitendra Padalia. He is head of the Forestry and Ecology Department of Indian Institute of Remote Sensing. He has very vast experience in forest carbon cycle, biodiversity, image spectroscopy, fluorescence, micro remote sensing, LiDAR remote sensing. He has extensively worked on various applications of remote sensing in GIS in forestry. He is also expert member of NISR science team in forestry applications. He is also member of Western Ghat Ecosystem Donation. And he is a recipient of many awards. To name a few, like P.R. Fisher Memorial Award, Forestry Research Excellence Award, then Indian Science Congress Platinum Jubilee Award. He is also life member of various societies. To this very brief introduction, I welcome Dr. Padalia to give a talk on LiDAR remote sensing in forestry, principles, platforms, and perspectives. Over to you, sir.
Thank you.
I'll just stop sharing. And I can share a slide.
Yes. Okay, so this is the first lecture, and then my duty is basically in the first lectures to give you a little bit of overview of this particular technology, and I will not be going into very detail of this subject, and because we have on each aspect of the LiDAR remote sensing, we have separate presentations, but even then I would like to give you a holistic picture of what we think about use of this technology in forestry and ecological application today. So let me just go back to the history of these techniques, how it developed. So basically it was in 1916 Albert Einstein found that when a particular photon, a single photon, let us say a single photon, passes through a substance, it's basically energizes the electrons of the atoms, and then the electron moves from low energy to higher energy, and when they return from higher energy to lower energy, they pass the energy, and then next sets of photons get energized. And this is the fundamental concepts that is called light laser, light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. So basically, LiDAR basically uses laser to measure the objects, their characteristics. So if you look at the this development, LiDAR, light detection and ranging, two terms are there. Light is detected, and then light which is returned from the object is detected, and then ranging means distance is measured. And this actually LiDAR term came into literature in 1960s, and the first application in forestry tracing back to 1970s. So you can understand that since it is not a new technology as such in forestry, and this technology got a lot of use and widely adopted, particularly in the temperate forestry in countries like Canada, in countries like European, Norway, Scandinavian countries, particularly in Europe. They have the production forestry, and they adopted this technology very early in 90s, and even today many of such countries has this LiDAR is a part of their national forest inventories. So this is a contrast, because we also have national forest inventory in India, but so far we have not used LiDAR as such for forest resource assessment or forest surveying. So this is the status of technology, how they have the outside country it has been used extensively. And then it is not only the forestry it was used, but then when its accuracy improved, because the technology improved over time, then researchers started this technology using for ecological understanding of the systems. And then followed by that, when people also started using this for wildlife studies, wildlife habitat studies. So a lot of studies since then has been done using airborne LiDAR remote sensing, but satellite remote sensing also. In 2003, the ISET glass laser was launched, and this provided first time the global tree height map, canopy height map at a global scale. Lefsky et al. Paper is discussed about the use of this particular laser technology. And after that, in recent year, we are also witnessing that drone-based LiDAR remote sensing is advancing very rapidly. So this is in a nutshell. I have just tried to give you a glimpse of how this technology has evolved over the year, particularly in the forestry and ecology discipline. Now, when you come to the principle of LiDAR, as I told in the beginning, that LiDAR uses the laser, uh, and laser is basically used to measure the distance. D is the distance, C is the speed of the light, and T is the time when the particular pulse of light is emitted from the laser emitted on board, let us say, an aircraft, and then it uh, goes and hit the ground or the canopy, and when it returned, and then it returned back and again detected by a photoelectronic detector on board. So the time which has been taken by the laser pulse from moving from the platform aircraft to the ground and coming back is that time, and divided by 2, because the two-way travel, so it is divided by 2. So this way, you can measure the distance, how far that object is from the measurement platform. So this way we can each trees, for example, in this case, you can see if you keep on moving across the track with the aircraft, we for each canopy we can collect the related pulses, return pulses, and for each canopy we can determine the distance from the platform. And then since there are some of the points will also strike the ground, so you will also have this observation of the ground as well as from the canopy. So this way, the difference of the height of the LiDAR point count data it will generate, and the difference in height on the surface, the bare surface, as well as the, let us say, understory, and let us say top point of the tree or the side branches, all those will generate the LiDAR point cloud at different heights. And then by applying certain thresholds, you can actually determine that what is the height, relative height of different object with respect to the bare ground. So this is basically the concept how it is scanned. But there are different components of a LiDAR, typical LiDAR, airborne LiDAR system, like you need a GPS system in order to know from where the laser pulse is being generated, you need to know the orientation or the directionality of the laser pulse, in which direction it is directed, and for that inertial measurement unit IMU is used. In contrast to the aircraft, when you use space-based laser typically are referenced with respect to different star sensors. So typically GPS may not be used there, but then inertial measurement unit is also not required, because those platforms are quite stable platforms, and they don't have the row, and pitch kinds of tilting of the platform. So the initial the position, the directionality is fixed with respect to the intended target. So therefore there's a slight difference in the component of what we use for airborne and what we use in the space. And you see that there is a swath over which the beam is directed, and the beams moves across the track within this swath. And the beam divergence is very important, because if your beam is narrow, then special resolution on ground will be higher. So there is now, because in space also we are now trying to be better and better, especially in terms of spatial resolution. And so this is in nutshell, I have tried to explain you that how the geometry of the observation of a LiDAR systems, how it scans a particular area. And LiDAR can be divided in various ways. For example, if you can divide LiDAR type in terms of, if the swath is, for example, the spatial resolution of the this laser is, let us say there's a criteria that if more than 10 or meter or so is the ground footprint, then it can be called a large scale LiDAR. And when it is sometime LiDAR can be very fine scale, because with airborne up to centimeter level data you can collect. So then small scale LiDAR. Then similarly, you can divide the LiDAR on the basis of the way they collect the energy. And here you can see, each pulse, when it comes from the, let us say from the aircraft on board, and when it comes from there, and then that energy, you have a choice that whether you want to record the when the energy goes down and hit the target and return back. You have a choice: either you record the entire energy which is reflected from the target, that is called full waveform, and or you have a choice that you only record some peak value of that returned waveform. Those peak value, if you only record the peak value, let us say at the first hit is the top, and then second hit on the branches, and third hit on the ground. So there would be 3 peaks in the, as you can see here in this picture. And if you only record the peaks of high intensity peaks of the energy within the pulses, then you call it discrete. So discrete means it is not continuous now, no more continuous, because you have lost the continuity. You have only collected the peak returns. So this way it is discrete return. Both have its own advantages and disadvantages, and mostly, but discrete laser is more common. Data collection is more common, and waveform data is now also gaining a lot of popularity because of its strength in, particularly in forestry field, in characterizing the forest canopy and structures. And then there are photon counting devices are also there now. So this is also a very specific kind of, you can say, not exactly discrete laser, but here also you can see, again, it doesn't samples every part of the waveform, but but almost actually it collects the shape of the returned waveform. So therefore this photon counting technique is also very efficient techniques in terms of for its use for target characterization. And now if you look at the development which has taken place over the year, particularly NASA has been in forefront of the development of the laser technology since very beginning. And all the laser satellites which has come by far have been come from NASA only for forestry purposes particularly. And you see that ISAT-1, as I told you, that full waveform LiDAR with 70 meter diameter was the actually first space-based laser altimeter. And This was launched in 2003, and then subsequently, ICET 2 version has also come in 2018 time period, and this time the diameter has really improved up to 10 to 15 meter range is the footprint diameter. And then now in the meanwhile, what has happened that the laser has been put on the International Space Station, and from the International Space Station also almost close to the global coverage data has been collected, particularly during, I think, from 2000 18-19 period to 2014, I think. That period data we have, this team has collected. And the data density, you can see down below in the panel that the with comparison to ICET, the tracks density actually has substantially improved from ICET 1 to then ICET 2 and then JEDI. So this data density is very important, particularly when you are going to use the LiDAR for wall-to-wall applications in forestry. And then a new laser is being planned again, that is called EDGE, ADGE. Again, then it will again improve the density, track density very high, and then this type of laser is again targeted for forestry as well as the other cryospheric and hydrological applications. So you can see that why we have particularly concerned, not only that airborne, I discussed that airborne laser remote sensing has been almost operational already in many outside countries. But for us, countries like India, where the airborne remote sensing was not possible to a larger scale, but now because of the upcoming drone technology, it has become feasible, and more of the satellite-based laser remote sensing data has been extensively in use now in recent years with the JEDI and ICET 2 platform. Now let us just see. I'm just want to give you a flavor of the this particular the data this technology collects. Now you can see that how beautifully LiDAR collects forest view. It can see different trees. It can actually even if you do a measurement using terrestrial laser scanner on ground, it actually captures a stand level characteristics. It can be used not only to see the canopy tree height of individual tree height, it can see the crown, it can see the trunk, it can see the trunk base, it can also see the ground. In terms of, in natural forest, you have various deadwood and litter depositions and understory and tree mortality happens. So LiDARs, when you use LiDAR, it not only captures the standing structure, but it also gives you an idea about the condition of the forest in terms of what are the different age groups, what are the mature trees, middle-aged trees, old trees, and to some extent, if you don't integrate the data with the optical data, even then it gives to some extent idea about the species of the forest. Depending on the geometry of the ground, you can actually identify the species also. It can also indicate the leaf-on-leaf off condition of the forest. If you take during different time of the period, the leaf-on-leaf off condition, particularly, many countries have the large-scale insects outbreaks, which causes the shedding of the leaf. That this type of technology can even detect those early symptoms, because the advantage of LiDAR, ground-based LiDAR, is very high resolution LiDAR data. So it actually can measure the changes it takes place at the leaf level, at twig level, at branch levels, as well as even entire tree is dying. Those changes, mortality related changes, new regeneration related changes, regrowth related changes, those are well measurable with this and very precisely. Then just another view, this is a moist deciduous sal forest in Doon Valley. You can see that the stand structures can be from some distance from the trees. If you take the LiDAR data, it can beautifully pick up the stand structures. And this is very important for generating stand level parameter. The initial slide I talked about tree level parameter, but stand level parameters are very important in ecological studies. For example, the stem density, average basal area, average crown cover, and those are the parameters which are used for national forest inventory purposes. Based on that, the estimates are generated. So stand level information is also very crucial for understanding the growth and dynamics of the forest. How a set of trees in an area, how closely they are spaced, how well they are utilizing the site quality, all those things are very important. So therefore, LiDAR has a very high advantage of when it comes to interpreting for ecological purposes, for ecological understanding of the forest. This is another very detailed and fine scale view of the Amazon basin, Amazon forest, rainforest, which is collected using Carnegie Airborne Observatory, the airborne LiDAR. And here you can see that the landscape, which has been under high rate of deforestations and degradations, it can be captured with LiDAR very beautifully. It can highlight actually sometimes the things which are not easily interpretable based on optical data. The damage in the tree damage, particularly in the forest areas, sometimes get obscured in the spectral information, and LiDAR can actually identify those tree cut areas and damaged areas. Tilting of trees, bending of trees then can also be identified. So damage to the up to the branch levels and crown damage, those things are used for understanding the degradation, the deforestation induced degradation in these landscapes. Similarly, another very interesting this information has been generated by again Carnegie Airborne Observatory, that they merge the 3D tree level information with the hyperspectral derived chemical composition of the tree. So you can actually visualize each tree with a slightly different chemical composition in this tropical rainforest environment. And this is what is the cutting edge, we can say, the development which is possible in near future with the integration of LiDAR with the other form of remote sensing like thermal remote sensing, hyperspectral remote sensing. And this is what we require for understanding forest as a whole and understanding its functioning and composition of forest particularly. Here you can even biodiversity inventory is possible with this kind of integration, because sometimes hyperspectral data and all alone may have difficulty in identifying species, but structure may give you added advantage in confirming that the species are different. So another very interesting concepts which is emerging in this LiDAR application is multispectral LiDAR. And multispectral LiDAR means that usually LiDARs are like green lasers and they are infrared lasers. Normally laser is an infrared laser. Infrared is invisible light, so you cannot see it, and around 1064 nanometer wavelength of infrared is normally used for LiDAR applications. But now there are experiments in which, for example, this example, so around 1550 nanometer wavelength has been used and to scan a forest stand. And then you can see that here the trunk is giving very high reflectance as compared to the crown. So based on this differential reflectance pattern with a different wavelength, you can understand a forest structure in a better manner. Even shrub in the understory here, you can see they are yellow in color. They give slightly lesser return than the trunk, but more than the crown. So these differential reflections from the canopy of the LiDAR point cloud with different energy level is actually very useful for distinguish different geometrical elements of the forest canopy. Then let me, I'm not going in further detail, but just I'm summarizing it from the point of view of those who are a beginner of this particular technology. So LiDAR, as I told that in forestry, LiDAR, as I told that it has been actually, its use has been started very early, and about more than 30 years has gone since when the LiDAR is used in the production forestry outside, in a very large manner, even national forest inventories. So people have actually gained a lot of experience with the airborne LiDAR systems. how far it's because it gives, of course, a very highly accurate information as far as mensuration parameters are concerned. But it's in terms of there are certain things like, for example, the let us me first come to the weakness part. For the availability of the data and its temporal resolutions, that is what is one of the challenge, that you cannot always fly these aircraft in high frequency manner in an area. Coverage is also not, you cannot cover very large area. Those has been the limitation. High cost of lidar data acquisition, particularly for airborne, was one of the challenge aircraft. But now, because the drone is coming into the pictures, so this I think will reduce a lot. And the other part of the lidar data use is of concern is the processing of the lidar data. Particularly, we have found a lot of difficulty in challenges in processing the terrestrial laser scanner data. It's a very huge data volume wise, and it also need skills of the high level of skills for extracting and meaningful information from this point cloud data. And satellite based lidar data, as you know, they are relatively less voluminous because of their coarser resolution, less point density of the track clouds, collected point clouds. So those data sets can be processed rather easily. Other thing is that lidar has certain limitation also. This you should know that lidar, if the canopy is totally closed, lidar will not be able to penetrate the canopies. It cannot penetrate through the leaf. It cannot penetrate through the conditions like fog. If there is a dense fog, if there is a smoke is there, if there is a rain, for example, rainy condition also will attenuate the lidar signal, and this will actually cause a problem in acquisition of the lidar data. Other than this, since lidar is only one frequency, if we are using it, will not give you the multispectral information. Normally, when we always compare with one technique with another technique, but right now, because we are in a situation to have a synergistic application of lidar with other optical data, so this is no more of a limitations. But as far as the strength is concerned, I've already explained. Very accurate data it gives on 3D structures, and even though there are alternative techniques like photogrammetry techniques for generating point cloud data of the forest and generating forest structure, but lidar overrides in terms of accuracy, and even some meter accuracy is possible. Versatile data, because it's used in many areas of not only in forestry, ecology, hydrology, and various discipline uses this technology. And so this offers a lot of complementary data also with other satellites data. And lidar actually strength, just from the forestry point of view, I have discussed. Lidar is otherwise used also for atmospheric measurements of the clouds, and lidar is I have not talked about here, a bathymetric application. Green laser particularly used for determining the depth of the water bodies, shallow water bodies. And so lidar has a wide variety of applications also. And finally, I would just say what we are as an ecologist, because we are working in this field. So over the time, because now lidar data has its availability has improved a lot, and so initially lidar has been limited to only forest mensurations and use in forestry. But now we are thinking from the point of use of lidar in ecological studies. Although several studies has been done on the wildlife ecology using lidar. For example, lidar has been used in habitat modeling, 3D structural modeling of the arboreal animals, even the birds, nesting birds, and terrestrial animals also, lions and other giraffe and other animals. Their habitats has been their structure of their habitat has been quantified using lidar data. And lidar has also been able to explain the wildlife behavior in terms of the variation in the tree structure in a particular area, how it influenced the behavior of different animals, foraging animals. So this type of studies has been done already. And now, because in wildlife sciences, particularly with the satellite telemetry observations, the LiDAR data and satellite telemetry together, integration of these data sets is again giving very useful insights in wildlife ecology. But for ecosystem, understanding the ecosystem, other aspect of ecosystems, for example, biomass studies, later on our speakers will talk how it is useful. But apart from biomass, LiDAR has also been used nowadays in understanding the productivity variation across the landscape, how different forests and grasslands, particularly forest, how they vary in terms of their productivity, whether forest structure have some role in defining the productivity. So here, if you, those who are not from ecology background, I just would like to stress upon this particular figure here. If you see that the entire the living things, the plants, what we see is basically is a biodiversity, and it is mainly uh, three parts are important: taxonomic diversity, structural diversity, and functional diversity. So far, what has been, we have been playing with the 2D data, two-dimensional data like forest type map, density map, 2D data. And 2D data has been very useful in defining the horizontal structuring of the habitat. But now, because of 3D informations, we have to capture the other aspects of the this particular ecosystem. So now, if you see that once you don't have good structural data about the forest, you actually cannot explain the functional diversity. Why a particular forest is more productive than a other forest, it will be difficult to define. Okay. And structural measurements, for example, in India, let us say today we don't have any systematic LiDAR observations of our forest. But let us say tomorrow, after some years, we keep on collecting systematic LiDAR observation over forest areas. Then we will really get how much, what is the growth dynamics of a forest. So far, this type of information only comes from the models which simulate the forest conditions, but we don't have the direct measurements of vertical growth and the loss of the tree height by different disturbance factors. This type of information is not there. So this is, so therefore forest dynamics, what we understand today, we only understand in terms of the horizontal spacing of the forest, how much lost of the forest in terms of area. We don't know how much, how many forests are actually grown up to, whether they are mature forest. We don't know whether they are secondary forest or primary forest. These type of information is not available today. So we are hopeful that once high quality LiDAR data comes, then we will be able to differentiate these secondary forest growth versus primary forest, and then this is going to play a major role for major advantage it will going to give for our biodiversity conservations. So with this, and then another aspect which I already touched, that there is a need to understand the synergize the use of this LiDAR remote sensing with already with microwave data. It is happening a lot. We have been for biomass studies and other aspect. We have been using LiDAR and SAR data in combinations, but still more integration is required in terms of with thermal data, because the structure of the forest regulates the thermal regime of the forest areas. So therefore, integration of LiDAR with thermal remote sensing and hyperspectral remote sensing is still at a very nascent stage. And this is the new area where we think researchers should put more efforts. So with this, I will now, I think, Dr. Andy, we have more times here, or we can then take some questions.
You can
Hello.
take some questions now. We have
Okay.
10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
10 minutes we have. So if any
So
query, please write in the chat box. Ashok, you can forward the queries.
Do we have
right now?
so what we can do? We will again then. What time we have the next talk?
10:45.
10:45.
of all, I am very much thankful to Dr. Bharat Lohani, sir. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
So today, as you know, that sir is from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, and we have just put his brief biodata here. And what I would like to tell all of you that he has been a pioneer actually in this field, particularly in India, LiDAR remote sensing, and we have been hearing this about this technology. During the time, you can say 2000 or 2002, first time I heard that sir talks about LiDAR remote sensing. So he has a lot of experience, more than last 2 decades. He has been championing this cause of this particular technology for its applications, and moreover, he has generation of researcher, those who are now doing very advanced cutting edge work with LiDAR data for various applications. And so both sides. And the other important aspect is he has also contributed a lot in terms of operationalizing this particular technology by developing, in a way, I can say, indigenous systems, airborne systems, and demonstrating its use across different disciplines. So, sir has immense contributions in these fields, and more than that, though today he will be talking in brief here, but he would have been available for today whole time. You would have really enjoyed his lectures. So, first of all, thank you so much, sir, and that you have agreed for this. So his biodata is, I think you are able to see his biodata, very important contributions, a lot of awards, and the work area. Typically you can see that 3D laser imaging, LCS measurement, methodology development for motion correction, error analysis, laser scanning. So all these are advanced areas of laser applications today. So thank you very much, sir. And I also welcome your students, sir, those who will be sharing their experiences with us. So now it is over to you, sir. And on the behalf of Director Iris also, sir, I would like to thank you for this, particularly for agreeing to this thing. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting us to this workshop and letting us know discuss what we are doing. And as I understand, this workshop is on the use of LiDAR for the forestry purpose. And we have been doing a lot of work in this domain. And as rightly you have introduced me and my lab, actually, because it's not me alone, it's rather my lab. We work together in this particular domain. And our work, is in a very wide spectrum of LiDAR. And so recently, in last couple of years, I will say 5-6 years, we have been focusing on using this technology for the measurement of the forest. And the core idea why we started working on this, and I'm sure that I'm not getting into anything which is on the basics of the LiDAR, because in this workshop, the participants should be aware of the basics, and so rather we are going a little step ahead. So basics is, yes, we can capture the LiDAR data through varieties of sensors. They start from the sensor on your mobile, some mobile or some iPads, they also have the LiDAR sensor. The second level of the sensors are in the autonomous devices, the robots, they all carry the LiDAR sensors. The third level of the devices are now another smaller sensors, which we are flying on the drones. Then comes the sensors which we use as the terrestrial laser mapping sensors, which we use on a tripod, again collect the data. And in all these cases, the basic thing is we are generating the point cloud of the surrounding. So the entire surrounding, whatever is there, is being observed as its coordinate. So if there is a tree, there will be tens of thousands of points on the tree for which we will determine the coordinates. So the tree will be now defined by these coordinates. Along with the coordinates, we also have the intensity information, and which tells that the laser which we are using, how much of that laser is actually reflecting back. So then the next level of the LiDAR is from the airborne, and we have done a lot of work in the airborne. For example, we can fly the airborne sensors in helicopter or in the aircraft. And then further up there are the sensors which are in the satellites. So today also there will be a lecture by Sara Raghvin, who was also with us here in IIT Kanpur. And he's going to talk about the satellite-borne laser device I said. So we can do the laser scanning from different platforms, and all those sensors have got different sets of specifications. Now coming back to the topic of today, as I said, around 5 years, 6 years back, we started looking seriously in this domain of using LiDAR data as well as other high resolution data, whether the high resolution data, because LiDAR captures geometry, and we also need simultaneously the spectral information. So the other high resolution data which can be taken along with the LiDAR is simultaneously flown camera. So like many projects that we have done in India, we fly LiDAR from the helicopter or aircraft. At the same time, we also fly a camera, RGB or IRGB infrared. So that is maybe the GSD, the ground sampling distance in that case is 10 centimeter. So it's a very good aerial photograph. We have got very high resolution LiDAR data, 10, 14 points in a square meter. Now, this kind of data can be used for forest mapping. And again, I'm coming back to that point, that why we started looking into this, because as we know, with the National Geospatial Policy, it is decided that by 2030, entire India should be mapped by high resolution elevation data. And when we say elevation data, LiDAR is one of the very, very promising sensor which will be deployed in this. So across India, forests will be mapped by the LiDAR. So if down the line, 5, 6 years, 7 years from now, we have such data available for India. Already some states have started capturing, the forest departments have started capturing that kind of data. But if we have that data available with us, do we have algorithms? Do we have models in order to make use of that data? Because when I say make use of that data, that means we want to determine the biomass. We want to convert that to the carbon stock. And to do this, not only we want to measure the volume of the tree stem from the satellite, from the LiDAR data, but rather we also want to develop algorithms through which we can determine the species type. So now we are talking of the data which is very high resolution data. So we are targeting the biomass estimation, carbon stock estimation, forest species type, classification, all at individual tree or a small homogeneous group of trees. So there is a paradigm shift now in the way the forests were being observed earlier, because earlier we would use the satellite data, and the satellite data, because of poor granularity, the resolution, you will not be able to look into the individual tree level or some 2-3 trees which are same type, that kind of level. You will not be able to do that. So our challenge in this research is how, using these high resolution data, measure the volume accurately, measure and estimate the biomass accurately, and also how to estimate the species type also accurately. So this is the research that we are focusing in last couple of years, and we have got very good research output from there. And out of all the works that we are doing, and for example, I would like to tell you that one set of work which is happening in my lab is on developing dedicated deep learning models, which will, given the LiDAR point cloud, because LiDAR point cloud has got the point cloud for the vegetation as well as the point cloud for the other things, maybe road, maybe building, and all the other things. So how we can develop a novel deep learning architecture so that we can only separate, segment the vegetation points. Because that is the very first step. Whatever we are going to do, very first step is segmenting the vegetation points from the rest of the classes there. So we have some very good novel deep learning architecture that we developed, GreenSegNet for the mobile and GreenSegNet A for the airborne case. And so that is one part of the work. Today, we are not talking about that particular work. Today, I have Munis Ali, he is with me, and Munis has been pursuing his research in, again, very interesting pipeline. And that pipeline is ultimately aimed at estimation of the biomass over a wide area. For example, he will show his work by taking the example from Haryana, because in Haryana, we work with the Haryana Forest Department, and in Haryana, 250 square kilometer of the area LiDAR data was captured, and across 26 states in India also, similar kind of the data is captured, maybe small in area, but in Haryana, we are focusing in this particular work in Haryana. Of course, Munis will be using data from other places also across the world, because there are some benchmark data in order to develop our algorithms. So in the case of the Munis work, as he will talk about that in detail, what we are doing, number one, we have established in Haryana 12 plots. Okay, there are some 30-meter diameter plots are there, and in those each of those plots, we go there physically. We do all the ground observations. For example, we measure the diameter, we measure the height, we measure we know the type of the species. So these are the data that we are capturing. At the same time, we also go there with the laser scanning, so terrestrial laser scanning. And as I said, in the case of the terrestrial laser scanning, you keep the terrestrial laser scanner at multiple places in that plot, and you will be able to capture a very dense point cloud of all those trees. Well, once we have got the point cloud, it's not the end of the work. Rather, the problem starts from here. How to, at that plot level for individual tree, estimate the volume of the stem, estimate the biomass. So that is something a problem. So for that, if you want to do it manually, it will take time. It will not be accurate. So Munis has developed some algorithms, and through those algorithms, number one thing that he will demonstrate is from the point cloud, because the point cloud is for the stem as well as for the leaves. So, and first step that we have to do is remove the leaves. So we need to write an algorithm which will remove the leaves from the point cloud of a tree. So we have only the stem left with us. Then once the stem is there, stems have gotten different shapes. For example, in that study area in India, in rainforest, the stems have got buttressed bottom. So the traditional models of measuring the volume by simply estimating the stem as cylinder will not work. We need a new approach. So Munis will talk about that hybrid approach that we have developed, and using these two approaches, leaf filtering and as well as volume estimation, we will be estimating the volumes at the plot level. Now the second thing is the plots, these 12 plots are only smaller plots. Okay, they are separated in the entire space in our study area, different places. Our purpose is to determine the biomass for the entire forest of that 250 square kilometer. In his work, he will take around 100 square kilometer for the demonstration purpose, but the method can be then used for any area. So how to connect the biomass that you know now in the sample plots with the LiDAR data that is captured for the wider area? Okay, so here we have to develop some upscaling model. So Munis will demonstrate how we have moved into this and how we have developed the upscaling models and what is the best way to solve this problem. So that is what Munis will talk about. And we have also the another work that is going on. Again, because of the time limitation, we are not bringing that here. That is on the using the same data, LiDAR, the satellite images, the photographic data, how we can then determine the species type, because that is also very much required. So today Munis will take you through this part of the work, as I said, okay, some plot level measurements, and converting those plot level measurements into the plot level volume estimation, and then connecting it with the LiDAR data that is captured for the rest of the area, so that finally we are able to determine the volume across the entire 100 kilometers square. That is the idea of the work. Okay, and in this, as Munish will demonstrate, a lot of machine learning approaches have been adopted. And while in the previous work that I was talking on the segmentation side, we were doing the deep learning approaches. Here also, we are now working with the deep learning. For example, Munish will talk about separation of leaves from the stem, and he will talk about one method. So simultaneously, we are also working on, can we use deep learning approach to separate the leaves from the stem, okay, in that plot, in the TLS data. So this entire thing will be shown by Munish. Yeah, Munish, so I will leave it to you, and Munish has a presentation which he will share, and let's see what Munish has to offer here. Yeah, Munish, thank you.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And like I have prepared the PPT accordingly. Just share my video actually. Yeah, so actually, I have prepared the PPT accordingly. Like I will cover some of the basics of aerial lidar. However, you already know about the aerial lidar, but I will just quickly go through about some principles and like how aerial lidar can be used for this forest mensuration. And later on, I will cover this, like how we can use this aerial lidar remote sensing for the forest mensuration. So as you already know, like aerial lidar is the basic thing that we get from the aerial lidar is just a topographic data. And it uses this speed of light. The light is laser. And so it is collecting the topographic data with the speed of light. The basic thing we get from the aerial lidar is this geometric information. And by the means of geometric information, I mean X, Y, and Z coordinate. And along with that, because it is using one of the light wave, and generally it is used infrared waves. And it is also sensing the energy that is coming back from the object that is obstructed. So we are getting also the radiometric information. By the means of radiometric information, I means intensity. So the basic things we get from this aerial lidar is density, X, Y, Z coordinate, along with this intensity value. And lidar can have this many more dimensions. Like for example, we can also have this RGB information if we have used this camera along with this lidar, and we have colorized the point cloud according to this RGB information from the camera. We can also have this GPS time and all other things we can have. So it can have multi-dimensional data, but these 4-dimension data, we have these basic things in every lidar. And as it is said, like it's a complementary technique that eliminates the several limitations of the traditional techniques, traditional methods. For example, like acquiring data using this terrestrial surveying is like a quite labor intensive and also time consuming. The major advantage of this aerial lidar is that it has this multiple data. We will see, I will cover one like quickly through like what is multiple data also. But the photogrammetry technique or like a satellite based optical data, that it is not able to cover the region that is under the canopy. So whatever is obstructed by the canopy, we cannot collect the data under the canopy. But lidar has its ability by using this multiple data. It can go through the canopy and cover scan the data under the canopy also, so that we can have some points on the ground and trunks also. That is very useful for like modeling, structural modeling that I will cover in the later slides. So the basic principle of lidar is just like we have some lidar. It is like we have laser here, and by the means of laser system, I mean we have this transmitter, receiver, and the deflection unit. So transmitter transmits the pulse, and receiver just senses the pulse with whatever it has come back after transmitting it. So it is time stamped. So it will like calculate what is the time that is elapsed between the transmission and the receiver, and based on that, it will calculate the range. Along with the range, it also knows like will be the direction of it. So it knows the angle at which this laser pulse is fired. Deflection unit is just used to deflect the laser pulses. So for example, this is the first laser, and at the very like a few very few after very few instance of time, it will just deflect the unit and it will have this many of the laser pulses. And like it is written here like 100,000, but in today's era we are living in an era where LiDAR can really fire pulses up to 2 megahertz. By the means of 2 megahertz, that means 2,000 pulses per second. That means 20 lakh points per second. We can really get the point like XYZ I information of 2 lakh points, 20 lakh points in a second. For example, like just if this is at time t1, the platform is here, and at time t2, it will just travel this time. So this is the swath. So this is known as swath. And this is the field of view. And in 1 second, it has covered some distance. And this distance, like in general, I'm just taking an example, like it has traveled 60 meters. So the speed, like a speed of platform is in such a way that it has traveled, like, for example, it has traveled 60 meters. So the area that is covered by this is 600 meter. If, for example, you take a swath at 600 meter by 60 meter. So in this area, we have covered a points of 20 lakh. So 20 lakh points in just this shorter area we have covered. So in this area, in this way, we are able to have a point density of like a higher point density we can collect using this aerial LiDAR. And also there are some points that has to be noted. Like, for example, this platform, when it is moving, it doesn't fly in a straight line. It has some wobbling because of many of the forces that is acting on the platform. And because of that wobbling, we really want to know the trajectory of this LiDAR. And because of that, because of this wobbling, and also to register the coordinate into a global coordinate system, we need to install this GNSS receiver on the top of this aircraft. And in order to have a higher accuracy, we install GNSS receiver on ground also. So that will be acting as a base receiver. And that is just we can have this DGPS. So by using the differential geospatial positioning system, we can have this GNSS position of this aircraft at a very we can really know very precisely. But the problem with the GNSS receiver is it collects the information at a frequency of 1 hertz. That means it takes one observation in each second. But like in 1 second, I have said it has moved 60 meters, and in between that, it has wobbled also. So what about this point when the aircraft is at this position? So whatever the position is there, if we really don't know it precisely, it will transfer the error. It will propagate the error, whatever we have collected on the ground. So in order to precisely know this, we also include IMU unit in this. So IMU unit is nothing but just, it is measuring the attitude of the platform. By that means of attitude, I means roll, pitch, yaw. And along with that, it is also measuring the acceleration in the 3 direction, AX, AY, and AZ. And by using these accelerations in these three directions and the measuring the orientation, that is roll pitch yaw, we can really have constraint. For an example, after 1 second, we precisely know what is the position. So we know the position at T1, we know the position at T2, but in between that, we are just interpolating. And by the means of interpolating, we are just predicting what is the next position. For example, we predict here, we predict here, we predict here, and so on. And in this way, we can have a constraint because at T2 position, we really know what is the real value. And for example, the predicted value comes here. So this is the error. And this error can be adjusted by using some adjustment techniques. And one of the adjustment techniques is the Kalman filtering. So by using the Kalman filtering, we can just really know what is the error, and it will just back propagate it and really correct the values of each of this. And for example, IMU can collect data of about 400 hertz. That means in a second, it can really measure higher at a higher frequency as compared to the GNSS data. So in this way, we can have a unit of aerial lidar as a laser system. And by the means of laser system, I have laser transmitter that transmits the laser. It reflects by using the deflection unit, and it obstructs the ground. The ground will just reflect it, and it is just reflected back by using the detector or receiver. So by the time of flight principle, we can really know what is the range. And that is nothing but the C into T divided by 2. So this is just the transmitter. This is just the receiver, and laser hit on this. Sorry, this is the transmitter and receiver is here, and this is the object. So laser hits the object and get reflected back. So we know what is the range because it has traveled. It has traveled 2r, and it is nothing but the distance will be equals to speed into time. So speed of light into time, and we know r equals to CD by 2. So that's how we know the range. This is not the ranging. And because the aircraft is wobbling, we have installed INS or INU, we say. INS is Inertial Navigation System. And to register the coordinate system into a global one, we install DGPS, or simply say GNSS receiver here. So that's how the processing is done in order to get the final coordinates of a area using this area data. So we have onboard GNSS receiver, we have the reference GNSS, which is acting as a base station. And because the distance is not far, because the distance between the base station and the aircraft is under 30 kilometers. So aircraft will flow under the 30 kilometer of the base receiver. And because of that, it will have the same set of satellites. And by using this base receiver coordinates, we can really get to know what are the corrections, and that corrections can be applied to a receiver that is mounted on an aircraft. So by using this onboard GNSS and reference GNSS, we can really know the accurate position, but at a frequency of 1 hertz. That means at every second, we can get one observation. So in order to precisely predict the trajectory, we install IMU that is giving a data at a frequency of 400 hertz. And by combining these, we will have a precise aircraft trajectory along with the orientation. And laser scanner is doing its thing. For example, it is just collecting the data by measuring the range and what is the angle, deflected angle. And by combining this, we will get the 3D point cloud in a coordinate system. And we can really convert the datum because it is giving in a ellipsoidal height. We can convert using the datum transfer, and we can have a 3D point cloud in our orthometric height. So very important thing that is very helpful in forestry is this multiple datums. So LiDAR has its ability, this is the capability of LiDAR only, that it can sense the multiple returns for a single pulse. For an example, this red is a single pulse. And in this single pulse, there are a number of photons. And when it interacts with the object, for example, to simplify the simplify the understanding of this multiple returns, this is one of the object that has a step-like structure. So, for an example, say for simplicity, because there are many lakhs of points, lakhs of pulses in there, but for simplicity, I'm just assuming there are 100 photons in there. So what it will do, for example, it will just interact with the object and get reflected back. So out of 100 photons, for example, some 30 photons are reflected back. But what about other 70 photons? These 70 photons will go through deeper and it will reflect it back from the second surface where it is obstructed. And in a similar fashion, it will reflect it back to further steps. So in this way, we will have a multiple return. For example, we will have this range R1 for a single pulse, range R2, R3, R4, and R5. So in this particular example, we will have 5 returns, 5 coordinates for a single pulse fired. So that's how the multiple returns works. And it is really important in a forestry area. For an example, in this way, we can have this return from the top of the crown. And what about the remaining photons? It will go deeper through the branches and it will have the reflection or it gives the XYZ coordinate of a branch. For example, it is reflecting wave from the first branch. Then it will be reflecting wave from the second order branch. It will be reflecting from the further branches. And also it is reflecting it back from the ground. So for a single pulse, we will have this multiple returns and we can have this data that can see through the crown. So in this way, we can have some points of trunks also, as well as some points on the LiDAR, some points on the ground also. If it has if the scenario was this this data is collected using the photogrammetry, so we can have only this image of only crown area. So this crown area, we have only this crown area, and we will not get the data whatever is inside the ground or under the canopy. So LiDAR is very helpful in this way, and because of this way, we can really model what is the structure of the tree, and we can really calculate different parameters that what we are calling it as a mensuration, like a tree height. If there are sufficient points on the trunks, we can also calculate that DBH, what is the crown base height, what is the volume of that. We can really get into this, and we will just explain this in later slides. So this is just one of the other examples. So for example, this is the simple one pulse. That's a lakhs of points, and it will just reflect back from the crown, first order branches, further branches, and finally from the ground. So this is just a simple example how this multiple return works in as far as this in forestry concerned. There are some basic principles of LiDAR, basic parameters that we generally used when flying this LiDAR. So the speed is in the limit of a 36 or may it go to 90 or 90 plus kilometer per hour. And we have generally take the distance as 2D, where D is the spacing between this between these 2 points in the across track direction. And there are many things that we have to do, and this is just a specification from the USGS, and we can really you can go through the whole document of the USGS program, and you will really get to know what are the different parameters that we can plan before the flight has been flown. And we have a laser footprint diameter, something like this, in which we have a greater energy at the center. And as we go from out of the center, far from the center, the energy will really goes down. Yeah. So there are some parameters that we have to define before flight planning, and why flight planning is required, because you already know, like it is quite expensive to have like a aircraft and radar that has to be flown, and by hiring this by hiring this like a platform, for example, helicopter or an airplane, this is quite expensive. So a proper planning has to be required. And that planning depends on different parameters. Like these are some of the user-defined parameters that the user define accordingly for the application, that for what application this ALS data is required. And we have some characteristics of the sensor. So we have some user-defined parameters, like what will be the data density that is required. For an example, if the application is just to have this DEM, digital elevation model, to collect the digital elevation model of the ground, then maybe like 4 points per meter square may be enough. But if your application is to have this, calculate the biomass or estimate the biomass or the volume of the forest, so in that we need this number really higher. For example, up to 14 or maybe 20 plus points per meter square. So in order to get like what the application is required, user define the parameters, what will be the data density that is required. And there are the effect of data density that depends on other parameters also. So all these parameters that are specified here, that are like a combined in a way that we get this final data density accordingly to our need. For example, if you increase the speed of the platform, the data density will decreases. Also, if you increase the altitude of the platform, the data density will decreases. So based on all other parameters, so these parameters collectively have to be combined, and this set of parameters has to be defined so that we can get the data density that whatever we have required ultimately. So there should be some spacing, and these are some of the specifications that are already specified by like USGS, and like what is mean by overlap. So for example, this is the first flight, and after that second swath has to be covered, and there should be some overlap. And why this overlap is required? Because we don't want to miss any of the points on the area. So some side lab overlap is required when we are collecting the ALS data. And accordingly, some parameters like what will be the vertical accuracy of the final data, what will be the horizontal accuracy of the final data, and it is preferred to have this photographic data, like we install the camera, integrate the camera along with the ALS data, so that we can also get this high resolution, high resolution spectral information from this along with this airborne lidar data, or like a point cloud data. So what will be the GST? GST is nothing but, like, in a simple way, you can say what will be the spatial resolution of the camera, and there should be some specific side lap and overlap and lap of this collected photographs. And some characteristics of sensors, like what will be the scanning pattern. The scanning pattern may be like, for example, it will be collecting like this in a single line, but the platform is moving in this direction. So the real data will look like this. So it may have some zigzag pattern. It may have some bidirectional or a meander pattern. It will have some like a Palmer side pattern, which is just like an elliptical pattern, or we can have a sinusoidal pattern. So there are some patterns like for which, depending upon what deflection unit is installed in the lidar sensor. We can have a beam divergence, obviously, or because this laser is hitting in the atmosphere. So if the pulse fired is of this size, but when it reaches the ground, it will have some divergence. So what will be the beam divergence? That depends on what lidar sensor we have used. There are pulse firing rate or pulse repetition frequency. That is nothing but what I have told you, like we can have really up to 2 megahertz of frequency. There's a field of view. What is the field of view of this aircraft? And we have some scanning frequency. Scanning frequency means for one complete deflection or one complete rotation, like how much scans are collected in 1 second. And obviously, lidar sensor is measuring the range and the scan angle. What is the cosine angle? What is the direction? So range and direction is measured by this lidar sensor. And along with that, we have a camera installed that is having some GSD and some other parameters. So the flying operations will be, so there are some like principles for flying the aircraft. So there are some like questions arises, like if we have for example, a area of like this. So should we fly in the longer direction or a shorter direction? And it is it's quite economical, or like it's a time efficient when we flow the aircraft in the longer direction. So we will collect in this direction, then this direction, this direction. And there are some like other parameters, like what is the level of turn. For example, there are different types of turning. For example, first one is a consecutive turning. So consecutive turning is just an example, like it is shown in the red line here. So aircraft goes here and it turns like this. So that's known as the consecutive turning. And another type of turning is the consecutive turning. So like consecutive turning means is the black line. So we flow the aircraft here, then it goes here and collects the data like this in this way. So like this way, this turning is known as collective turning. So what is the difference between this consecutive and non-consecutive turning is, like in consecutive turning, there is so much time that is elapsed during the turning of this flight. But in the non-consecutive turning, we are doing this in this way. In this way, we are using this turning elapsed time for collecting the data also. So we are just getting a time efficient in this non-consecutive turning. Or maybe we can just take a hybrid approach by combining these two types of turning. And there should be some like a cushion period in consecutive turning. For example, if the lidar is taking this swath, and then it should have some like a straight path before the area of interest. This, for example, this is the strip, and before it is collecting the data in this particular strip, it has to be in a straight path. So for this distance, and when this distance is converted into time, this is known as the cushion period. So what will be the cushion period? That is like this cushion period is also like one of the things that is done in this consecutive or non-consecutive turning. And these are some of the laser scanning pattern. Like we have some zigzag pattern, we have some sinusoidal, or like more precisely, we should say meander type pattern. We can have some parallel lines, or we can have some elliptical pattern. So now I will cover the forest mensuration. So what this forest mensuration is? So mensuration is, this is just measuring something. And when we say forest mensuration, so it is the art or science of quantifying the forest, like measuring some parameters that can be useful to provide some essential data for the management, planning, or research. Like some parameters I have I have listed here. For example, we can really get that what will be the tree height, what is the diameter at breast height, what will be the tree volume or above ground biomass of carbon. We can like interchangeably use these terms because when we get to know what is the tree volume, so by using this wood density values according to a particular species, we can really convert it into a above ground biomass. And this biomass can further convert it into a what is the carbon sequestered by that particular tree. By using this in a similar fashion, what will be the conversion ratio according to a different species. And in a very general way, like this above ground, this carbon that is sequestered by a particular tree is approximately 47% of this above ground biomass. And this biomass is we can get from this tree volume because we know the wood density values, and wood density values gives us in like a kg per meter cube. And if we fly this airborne lidar, or like we can estimate the biomass at multiple times, we can also know what will be the grow and yield. And along with that, we can also have some like estimate some parameters like what will be the basal area, what is the crown area, or like crown projection area, what can be the crown base height, and many more parameters we can really estimate from this point cloud data. And what is the objective of like doing this forest mensuration? So very first thing we can say like it's for like for commercial purposes, like for CRM evaluation, or we can like for forest management also, like to know what is the current inventory and how we can accordingly act upon this for managing the forest. And what we can also do it for research, like we can just develop some models that is based on like calculating or estimating the biomass, like some developing some upscaling models, developing some allometric models, or developing some like or maybe some testing some of the forestry related things, like for example, someone has developed new fertilizer, and we can just really go through the using this estimating the yield at every state particular of time, and we can really have this like use this lidar or like any remote sensing technology. And we can also use this forest conservation for forecasting the future yields. And then in this way, we can use this forest conservation. And as far as the research is concerned, we try to link this tree biomechanics by some structural modeling so that we can estimate the biomass or a volume at a very large scale. So that's a like a ultimate goal as far as this research in forest mensuration is concerned. So that's what we do, or that's what like people do in whoever is doing this forest mensuration in research area. These are just some of the list of softwares or libraries that can be used or that are really helpful if you are using this aerial or a terrestrial lidar point cloud. For example, 3DFin is a software that is developed by like Carlos, and it is available in a Cloud Compare plugin that can be used to estimate different parameters like tree height, DBS, terrain section, and plot level metrics. There are some models that can be used to estimate the volume of a single tree. For example, if you have a high density terrestrial lidar point cloud of a single tree, we can really fit the cylinders. Small cylinders can be fitted so that we can estimate what will be the volume. And for that, we have different QSMs like TQSM, SIPA Forest, and ADQSM, and there are many more. So these are just a few examples that can be used to model using the QSM, Q-entity structure modeling, so that we can have a volume estimation. And as Lohan sir has already discussed, like we can also have this leaf food separation thing, and it is really required before this step. If you are estimating the value using the quantitative structure model, the point cloud should be free from the leaf. Otherwise, it will fit the cylinders that will have a larger diameter, and it will really overestimate the volume. So leaf food separation is really required. And for that, there are some algorithms like Levos TLS separation. And along with that, we can also develop some machine learning models. I will also cover that part in this later slide. We can have some like a algorithm or like there is a library called FSCT that will give you a complete structural metric of a plot that you have just inputted into FSCT, but it is quite computationally intensive. LiDAR 360 is a commercial software that can be used for different purposes. And similarly, there are different R libraries that can be used for like doing this forest mensuration thing. So I will just try to explain it in by using this case study. So for example, you have to develop some architecture that will just convert this point cloud. For example, this is one of the point cloud. And we have to convert this point cloud into a carbon at individual tree level. So at a very final level, we have to calculate what will be the carbon that is sequestered by a single trees. So for example, the output something should look like this. So in order to get from here to here, you can like define a pipeline that I will be like just explaining it to you in a few more minutes. So the very first thing you can do is like you can have this information from the terrestrial laser scanning data so that you will have some training samples, because I will be focusing on machine learning purposes, machine learning model. So for the machine learning model, you should require some of the training data set. So for the training data set, by the time I'm saying training data set, I have to develop some TLS AGP model. That means whatever the data that is collected by the terrestrial lidar, I'm just converting that data into what will be the biomass for each tree. So for that, we have to like first develop this TLS AGP model. And for this way, we can just collect the TLS scanning followed by ground filtering. So ground filtering is done because if you have some experience in terrestrial laser scanning, the data is quite large, quite voluminous. And in order to get some, eliminate some voluminity of this terrestrial lidar data, we can just ground filter it, because there is no use of ground point cloud in our like forest mensuration as far as this biomass estimation at individual tree level is concerned. So by the time after doing the ground filtering, I will just apply some segmentation so that I will have this individual tree segmentation thing. So I will have the point cloud of individual trees separated from the whole plot. So for the whole plot, I have just filtered out the ground points, and also I have like I have done this individual tree point clouds. And for further like estimating the volume, I have to first filter out the leaf. So I have to do leaf filtering, that is followed by some QSM model, or like I have applied this hybrid model also. So hybrid model is nothing but like the integration of this QSM model along with some meshing approaches. And by combining that, we can just do the hybrid modeling. But for the time being, for the simplicity, you can just focus like we can apply some QSM model in order to get this a model that is having a small fitted cylinders. I will show you a video in a later slide. You will really get to know how this QSM modeling works. So from the QSM modeling, I will have this volume that is extracted for each of the tree, and that can be converted into a above ground biomass by using this root density values. And these above ground biomasses are available for each tree in the plot. And this can be used to develop this upscaling model. So for the upscaling model, I will just input, like I have trained my model using this above ground biomasses of this individual trees. So for this upscaling model, when the upscaling model is developed, I have just to input this aerial lidar point cloud. This is ALF data, and along with some photogrammetry data, or we can say just orthophoto. So this photogrammetry data along with this ALS data is integrated into this model, and we calculate some features based on this ALF data and the orthophoto data. And using some machine learning approaches, we have selected some critical features that are that are really important and they are really taking part in this volume estimation. So by using this machine learning, we can do this feature selection and upscaling, and that can give this volume of this particular point cloud area or this area of interest. And that can be converted into a carbon by using this conversion ratio. So if I talk about this leaf foot separation, there are some of the algorithms. For example, we have this LEVOS that is the performer is leaf foot separation, LEVOS. It's in MATLAB. We have some library like TLS separation in Python. And along with that, there are some machine learning approaches like Canupo is a SVM-based machine learning approach that is available available as a plugin in Cloud Compare, and also it is available in C++ coding. And in Render Forest, for example, I have just developed some model, and it is quite advantageous if you have a sufficient training data set, because the major limitation of this machine learning approach is you require this training data set. If you have a sufficient training data set, you can really go through the machine learning approaches and avoid these the rule-based approaches. But if you don't have this sufficient training data set, you can go for this rule-based approaches and you will get this output from this leaf separated wood point cloud. So the purpose of leaf foot separation is to have a point cloud or a tree that looks like this. That is without leaves. We will have only these trunks and the branches. And these trunks and branches can be converted or can be modeled into a by fitting the small fitted cylinders that can be converted into a quantitative structure modeling. So as far as this developing some a machine learning model, for example, I have given this example of how you can create a render forest model for leaf foot separation. So for example, you have a point cloud data, you extract some features, and that features can be anything that depends upon the information available in the LiDAR. And LiDAR has information, for example, geometric information and the radiometric information. So based on these information, you can collect some of the features, and by using this machine learning approach, you will have some critical features. And to go more deeper into this, you can have a multi-scale feature extraction. I will let you know what is this multi-scale feature extraction. And based on that, we will have some feature selection that will give us what will be the best features that will be used for training the render forest model. And after training the model, obviously, because this model has some parameters, you have to do some tuning of this to optimize this render forest model. And you will have this render forest model that will be doing this leaf foot separation of a TLS point cloud. So for example, this is one of the results from my work. I have just collected these many features, and these are all geometric features. I have not used these radiometric features, and I have calculated it at two scales, at 0.1 meter neighborhood radius and 0.2 meter neighborhood radius, and I have just applied that threshold. And whatever the features that are above the thresholds, I have taken those features, and then I have corrected these features at different scales. So multiple scales I have calculated these features at 0.1 meter neighborhood radius, 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, and 1 meter. And I have applied then this threshold. And whatever the features that are above that, I have just taken these features to train my final random forest model. And that will be my final model, and that will be used to a leaf foot separation or a leaf filtering for rest of my data set. So these are just a list of features, what the formula of these features and what these features are describing. Now the next step is to, we have this leaf separated wooden point cloud. So we have only the point cloud of wooden or a trunk or trunk and branches area. Now we have to fit the cylinders, and we have different QSM models. For example, we have a Pioneer tree QSM model. Then there was one model developed by Heckenberg, that is simple forest. Then we have some model AD-tree. Then we have some model from this is from Fan et al. That is from AD-QSM. And to understand how this QSM modeling works, I have some a video to show you. So this shows we have this collecting the point cloud of a single tree. So this just collecting this, scanning this individual tree by using the terrestrial laser scanning. And obviously you require to scan it from multiple scans in order to get the complete coverage of this individual tree. And in that way, we have this point cloud of a whole tree. Now the next step for the QSM model is to, and it is important to note that this tree is a leaf tree. We don't have these leaves in this area. So we will just take the stems, and for the stem, we will just start from the bottom, and we can have this subsegment that is a small, very small, height of this cylinder, and not cylinder, this is a point cloud, and we try to fit the cylinder to this point cloud. And by using the least square approach, we can really have this best fitted cylinder for this small subsegment. And then we will repeat it for further subsegment. And in this way, we can repeat it for the whole trunk. So we will have this small fitted cylinders for the whole trunk. And in a similar fashion, we can really construct the branches also. So we can really fit the small cylinders to branches and the trunks. And in that way, we know these are the fitted cylinders. You get to know that this is the cylinder. These are the small fitted cylinders. And for these cylinders, we already know what will be the height of this diameter and what height and diameter of this cylinder. So by using these parameters, we can know volume of each cylinder. And by summing up all these volume of all these cylinders, we can really have this volume of a tree. So in this way, the QSM modeling works, and quantitative structure modeling can be used to estimate the volume of this terrestrial data point cloud. And this volume can be converted into above ground biomass by using this Wood-Density values. Now the next step is to upscale it to a larger level. So we have covered this thing. So we have done TLS data collection, some pre-processing is done. We have done individual tree segmentation, and for estimating the volume through QSM, we have to first filter out the leaf, and then by inputting that wooden only point clouds into a QSM, we can really have this volume. And in this way, we have this TLS NGP model. Now, assume for example, this is your study area. And this is, for example, having an area of 100 kilometers square. So for this, you have this ALS data collected for the whole area. So what we have done, for this, you need to develop some upscaling model. And by the means of upscaling model, I'm taking an example of developing machine learning model. And for developing a machine learning model, you require very first thing is the training data. And for the training data, we can use this TLS data. And for example, we can just collect the TLS data at a few number of samples. So for example, these are just numbers for 10 to 20 samples we can just collect in this whole area. And by this way, we can have this very individual tree. We know the what is the volume of that. And from the ALS, we can't really get this high density data to apply this QSM modeling. So what we do, we estimate the other parameters that can be extracted from the area data, and we try to do some regression modeling, so that this volume from the training data can be like regressed against this ALS parameters. And also because we have also flown this like a camera along with that. So this ALS data and orthophoto that can be combined or then can be integrated. And so the parameters are extracted from ALS data also, and parameters are extracted from orthophoto data also. And these can be regressed against this reference data set, which is nothing but the individual tree volume by using this TLS. So for this, and also you have to define some unit, because you can really get this output. For example, I have shown you an output. You can really get an output at a grid level. Or maybe some better way is, for example, if you have a tree like this. So there are many like errors that will affect in this grid based. The better approach is you will get this crown boundaries, and by using this crown boundaries, by defining these crown boundaries, you will have a features that is calculated in a better way, so that it will reflect or it will regress against this like a training data set in a better way. So you can really go to a individual tree level, or at most like you can just combine 2-3 trees and make a cluster of that and do a object level. So I'm defining this as an object. So this object level upscaling, you can do that. And for that, you can really use this CHM that can be derived from this ALS data. CHM is nothing but the DSM minus DEM. So whatever this, whatever will be the height of the tree, you can really get from the CHM model. And that can be used for like we can use some segmentation algorithms, and we can really combine some algorithms like watershed segmentation along with this multi-resolution segmentation, because watershed segmentation will use the CHM data that will give some of the segmented thing. But to improve this watershed segmentation, we really use this orthophoto data also, and we can combine this watershed segmentation along with this multi-resolution segmentation in order to get this near individual tree segmentation thing. Or we can say object. We can really get this object, which is nothing but the cluster of 2 or 3 trees. So in this way, we can really have this feature extracted from the ALS data and orthophoto. And obviously, we have to select a few features that are really taking a important part in this modeling. And we can really use this machine learning approach for this, and we can really get these critical features to develop our final upscaling model. So this is a whole pipeline, how we can do this. And what features can be extracted? Like I have just listed some of the features based on this ALS data and some of this like data from the point cloud data and from the raster layer that is computed using this ALS data only, like for the CHM, and also we are using this orthophoto, the RGB bands. So we can really get many of the features, like these features may go around more than 120 or 130 features. Now the next step is to select the few features, select the very critical features. And for that, we can define a pipeline that maybe have some operations. And this is one of the way that I have done. We have just calculated some random forest based importance values. And based on that, I have just removed the features that are least important. For example, that are having a less than 95% of this importance values. I have just removed them. So that eliminated some of the features. Then I have gone to this correlation thing, and I have just created a confusion matrix, and those features which are highly correlated. And I have said, like, for example, the features which are having a correlation of greater than 90% or greater than 0.9, I have removed that features and just taken one feature out of these two features. And this is further can be utilized by using this RFA-CV, which is nothing but the recursive feature elimination using cross-validation. So what it does, it has a set of features. Then it eliminates one feature that is having a very least important, least 10 of our space importance value. And after eliminating that, it will remodel it and like check the what will be the RMSE or R square. And based on that, it will recursively eliminate the features, and it will iteratively go to a certain point where the difference between the RMSE before this elimination of the feature and after adding this feature is not very significant. So in this way, we can have this list of features. For example, out of these 120 or 130 features, we can have this a very small number of features. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Only 8 features are the very important that can be taken as a feature for this final modeling of this upscaling model. So that's how like this whole pipeline works, and like this is the thing. So after the feature selection, you just have to train the model, and you have to train the model in such a way that you train the model only on based on these 8 important critical features. So like these are some of the useful material that you can use. Like we already have this platform like leadhours.com, where you can get the data of terrestrial aerial data. Along with that, you also have some MLS data set, backpack LiDAR data set, and also we will have some synthetic data set. However, this site is under upgrade. We are upgrading this LiDARs. Right now, we have this MLS data set in this, but we are incorporating TLS, ALS, orthophoto data, backpack LiDAR data, and some synthetic data set also in this platform. So it's a very like a useful data set that can be used for various purposes as far as like this LiDAR data set is concerned. So like, yeah, so thank you very much. So if you have like some like any questions, you can just ask.
Thank you, Dr. Munish. Ashok, you see if there are any questions, please forward this. Dr. Munish, could you see the questions in the chat? You can take those questions.
Okay, just a second.
There's one question.
Yeah, upscaling method can be used for like in this thing for other resources as well, like water body. So it depends like what parameters you require. So upscaling is nothing but whatever you have just parameter or like value at a very small scale. You can just upscale it to a larger scale. So it can be more or less in a different kind of way. Depends on like you have just taken an example of water body. So what you want to measure in the water body, that really depends. So you can really, it's a regression type of thing. So you can take estimate the volume at a very fine scale, which is very accurate. And that accurate value, we are just like upscaling it to a larger scale that this ALS data can't really do. If ALS data only can really estimate this parameter very precisely, there is no way of scaling it. For an example, if you estimate the tree height, a very good job in this. So you can have some ground points, you have a topmost points, and you can really have this tree height at a very precise, in a very precise way. So there is no need of upscaling. But for example, you have a volume. So for that volume, I have taken an example of quantitative structure modeling. So for that, you need some chunk in there. But ALS data really don't have this, the chunk points. So you can't really have this really fitted cylinders to have this quantitative structure modeling. So in such a way, you can just estimate the biomass or volume at a very fine scale, and that you will have this it against the that can so like am I able to answer your question? Or like,
Are there any questions? So, okay. It seems there are no questions. So thank you, sir, Bharatwani sir, and thank you, Dr. Munish, for this very extensive and informative lecture. Hope in our next course also we'll be able to get you, and so that we can the students can be benefited, or the participants can be rather benefited from your experience. For information, if sir is there, for information, sir, I want to mention that right now there are 197 institutes are connected, and the number of participants are 1740. So thank you so much. So we'll move into the next lecture.
Okay, thank you so much for this.
No, it will be delivered by Raghavendra Sara. This is on UAV-based LiDAR remote sensing for forest structure. Now, Raghavendra, are you there?
Yeah, Dr. Nandi, I'm there.
Okay. So, for the benefit of the participants, I will introduce our speaker for this session. He is Raghavendra Sara. He is a scientist in Advanced Data Processing Research Institute. It's a dream. Part of ISRO. He did his MTech in civil engineering from IIT Kanpur and B in civil engineering from University College of Engineering, Osmania University. His research interest includes LiDAR for topographical mapping in applications, photography, drone, satellite, and terrestrial platforms, GNSS, and machine learning based processing of satellite data. He is currently, has the responsibility as a project manager of the Cartosat 1 mission for data product generation, as team lead for base via generation of ASEAN countries, team lead for geospatial data processing for medium altitude long endurance and high altitude long endurance drones for strategic and civilian applications. He also experienced in working in with the spaceborne LiDAR data and integration with multi-spectral data for various applications. He is he has received various awards. To name a few, he got best paper in various conferences. He got merit award in Arcadia award ceremony in bachelor's as well as master's degree. He is also a life member of Indian Society of Remote Sensing and Indian Society of Geometrics. Overall, he has a great experience in this LiDAR, specifically in LiDAR remote sensing field, and hopefully you'll be getting benefit from this experience. So over to you, Dr. Raghavendra. You can share your slide and start.
Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Nandi, for giving a brief introduction for me. Is the slide visible? Hello?
Yes, it is visible. You can make it.
Everything is visible, and also it is in the presentation mode. I hope everybody is receiving this.
Yes. You can go ahead.
Yeah. So the topic I'll be covering is on the UAV LiDAR for forestry. This basically has a lot of overlap with the earlier lecture, but I'll be trying to put more focus on how UAV can further help us in getting the better data, because there are certain areas where the manned mission, the earlier lecture was more on the manned mission of LiDAR data area LiDAR data collection. And further, the presenter also very nicely presented how the data can be converted into an information which is useful for the forestry related things. So mostly I'll be trying to see how the UAV can play a role and do some augmentation on the things that what the earlier speaker has already told. So there was a lot of zoom in from the platform to data collection to the information extract. Let me first zoom out and see actually the importance of LiDAR and what kind of things this LiDAR can give us. So yeah, everybody knows that it is acquiring the data, but where does this LiDAR stands actually? And because once we have the understanding of this, probably we'll also understand what kind of data, what kind of information we can extract from this, and further how these sensor data can complement with the other sensor data. Just to give an impression of the potential of this LiDAR, I just have put the basic slide. So this data, this LiDAR technology basically falls into the category of active remote sensing, where the laser points are being fired on the ground, and then we acquire the data in the active mode. And here the mode of acquisition is basically in the non-imaging mode. We should also understand that this non-imaging mode will have some limitations, like what the images we get, the multispectral images, hyperspectral images. The data coverage is continuous over the scene. However, being the LiDAR non-imaging, we have the points which are sparse and the data will be missing between. So we have to manage the data sets with these missing data sets. Ultimately, once we have the data, what kind of end products we can estimate, we can expect is from the images, we have the spectral information where we can try to identify the signature of the objects. In our case of the forestry, we can try to identify what kind of, what is the species, what is the tree type. All these kinds of information can be identified from the spectral. That advantage we will not have once we are trying to use only the LiDAR technology here. But it has a good strength in terms of the geometry, that it gives a better geometry of the objects. So the greater strength of this LiDAR lies in estimating the geometrical properties of the object. And here more precisely, what we try to extract is the tree height and the other geometrical parameters. Here we'll not be trying to get any spectral, or we are not going to identify any tree types. So further, I just wanted to show an overview of the various platforms that are available and where my actually talk lies. As already been covered, is this manned mission. The earlier lecture was more focused on using the manned aerial platform for collecting the LiDAR data. And further, also we have this ground-based terrestrial lasers, which basically collects the ground level data. And also there is a upcoming platform for the LiDAR that there are a couple of missions, and those missions have successfully shown the potential in estimating the forest inventory. The ISAT-1 and subsequently the ISAT-2, and there are some extraterrestrial missions are also there. So my focus will be is the unmanned aerial vehicles and how they are going to help us, or how we are going to leverage on them so that we have the better data coverage. Rest is, once we have the data, the algorithm that we try to use will be the entirely same. So I'll just try to add on that how this platform will help us to augment the data collection part. So I'll just briefly talk about what extra thing that we get from the drone versus the aerial versus the terrestrial versus the spaceborne is that with these drones, obviously we'll be reducing the hours and the cost of the manpower that will be required and the vehicle cost that will be required to conduct the terrestrial ground-based assessment, such as the stock count, tree count, tree height measurements, etc. So a lot of time and money is going to be saved out, and what we can have is an automated analysis. Unlike the terrestrial I mean the ground-based methods, we can do some automated analysis, and post-processing methods can be applied here so that the tasks need not be repetitive. The other aspect is this multiple outcomes and workflow from the digital data can be captured in a single flight. And the visual and georeference true to and high resolution environmental snapshots of plantation and properties can be known at a point in time. And the accuracy and consistency can also be maintained when compared to the drones. Now, the similar kind of advantages we do have with the manned aerial thing. The only advantages is that this can be operated at the user decided height and the frequency. And the drones can also go under canopy, which is not possible with the manned mission. So that is where the extra advantage we get with the help of the drone. So if we are trying to do the mensuration part under canopy, one option is the terrestrial. Again, the terrestrial mode takes a lot of time and also efforts, and huge amount of data is collected, which may not be useful at many of the applications or many of the measurement tasks. So this drone will be very simple, that it can small quadruped type of a drones can fly under the canopy, and a swarm of droning can be planned so that the data collection under the canopy can happen very well. So that is where this platform provides an extra advantage, that not only the above canopy, but also the under canopy thing we can try to have. So I'll try to cover some aspects in this line rather than going deeper into how to extract the information of the forest related things, because already the earlier presenter has very nicely presented. However, I will touch upon it. So yeah. So where actually we are going ahead in terms of the LiDAR technology as well as the emerging platform, there are two things that are emerging here, and the developments in the sensor as well as the platform is converging towards some extra facilities and feasibility that we are going to have. So let us try to have a traverse in the time frame and see what has happened from 1995 to present day. So if you see the timeline in the LiDAR technology started in 1995 with first pulse and the last pulse. And subsequently over these 30 years, there was a technological development in terms of linear mode of scanning and Geiger mode of scanning. And people also have explored that why we should have a single wavelength, why not we can have a multiple wavelength, and we have a multispectral LiDAR, hyperspectral LiDAR. People are talking about these things. And also you can see here there is a drastical decrease in the weight of the sensor. This is more important, and this is the reason why the LiDAR technology has been clubbed with the drones. Otherwise, lifting a 50 kg is as good as lifting a person with a drone, which is practically not possible. Because if you see, the weight has decreased to few kgs, which made it possible that it can be easily mounted and it can be easily carried on low and platforms like the drone. This particular advantage of decreasing the weight of the sensor and the compactness has brought in the leverage of taking over these drones and then making out of UAV LiDARs has come into the picture. That's how you have the platform. These are the standard platforms. The aircrafts or helicopters are the standard platforms, and the other are light aircrafts. And now what we call is even a small rotor kind of a drones can also be used for mounting a 1 kg LiDAR, which can be very well accommodated because of its compactness and lightweight. And that is how in the present era of 21st century, we are seeing that UAV LiDAR is coming into the picture. Now, this UAV LiDAR is hardly a 5 years old technology. That is the reason why you will find very less amount of research activity and operational activity of UAV LiDAR for the forestry related application. So this is this slide has given you an overview that where are we actually going ahead. And these are certain basics that what actually the drones are, what kind of drones are available. Very basically, I'll just go through it. Like one of the popular used drone type is this multi-rotor drone type, in which you have multiple rotors that are attached, and this based upon the weight to be lifted, we can configure the drone. So that is how here the advantage over the manned mission is we have to rely on whatever the manned aircrafts are available. But here we can decide, or the user or the one who wants to go for a forestry kind of a measurement, he can decide actually that what kind of drone he wants, and then accordingly he can also configure this. So the extra advantage he gets it. And when you compare with the satellite data, obviously the configuring and designing and launching is not always in the hands of the end user. Obviously, it will be decided by the space agencies, and he has to rely on whatever the data sets that are been there. But here with the drone and this LiDAR thing getting clubbed together, we have a lot of flexibility that we can design. We can choose our own sensor based upon our application. We can choose our own sensor and then club them together and further have the analysis. Similarly, there are certain types like tricopter, quadcopter kind of things are also available. Based upon our requirements, we can choose and configure and then mount, do certain kind of calibration, and then have the data collection in place. So that's how you have this hexacopter, means you got 6 rotors. Octocopter, basically you got 8 rotors. So, and there is another thing apart from the rotor based is the fixed wing based. This has got longer endurance. This can stay for longer time when compared to the rotor type, and this can also lift more weight. This is more stable in the air. So this has certain trade-offs and advantages over that. And however, this fixed wing requires some runway to get launched, and for landing also there should be flat area. So these are certain requirements and the advantages of this fixed wing. So with this availability of different kinds of drones, now the user has a flexibility that he can choose the platform also, apart from the sensors that he wants to mount. So it is rigid wing that has got predefined airfoil, and then a lot of things you can control over this. The main and simpler structure in terms of this multi-rotor, it is less complicated, and also the repair process is very less. The ability to, it has got an ability to carry more payload, stay in air for longer time, and this is how it is it will be launched. If there is no flat area available from the Caterpillar, this can be launched out. Okay, so these are the components, though might not be directly useful for our thing. Where we'll be interesting is more on the data, quality of the data and accuracy. However, it's important that the user can also configure his own components so that it best suits to his application. So the first thing required is the flight controller, motors, electronic speed controller, battery, and there are also one feature that you can see on screen display. So if the user can provide can have a flexibility of choosing all these things. And once the platform is chosen, there are a variety of sensors that are available. According to the applications, the user can mount all of these sensors. Now, even the SAR has come into the on platform of the drone. So the low weight and the compactness has come into the SAR domain also. So the first one is the visible RGB normal cameras. They are of very lightweight. They can be easily mounted. The infrared, near infrared cameras, all this can be mounted. These are the in the industry. These are well established here, and they are available to be mounted on the drones and are very much customized for this. And also this hyperspectral sensor is also available. And our topic, that is the LiDAR sensors, because these are active sensors. They normally are heavy in weight and larger in size. But as I told, because of the developments in the electronics part and domain, now these drones are very easily now these LiDAR sensors can be very easily mounted on the drones. So yeah, so these are, if you're also interested in perceiving very quickly, because these are low cost and lightweight and very easily interpretable sensors. So you can also think of mounting these multispectral and RGB cameras on board the UAV so that this can complement. These are the sensors that are available to be mounted on the UAV. So you can go through the specs and the resolutions and these image resolutions that they provide. These are of the order of the few centimeters. This varies based upon the flying height, which can be configured. So these are some of the multispectral sensors from Tetracam, Mini, MCA, Questi, Innovation, and Condor. These are some of the well-established platforms. Sorry, the sensors. And even for the thermal, these things, we have got this FLIR, Tau, Thermoclayton, Miracle. These are the 4 or 5 sensors which are well established in the market for thermal sensing. And these are few of the things that are available, though a bit higher side on the weight part, but these are the hyperspectral sensors which can be mounted on the UAVs. So coming to the topic that we are into, the LiDAR sensors for the UAV. Basically, this Velodyne is the company which has done a drastic change, has brought a drastic change in terms of the weight and the compactness, which has led to adopting the UAVs for the LiDARs. So further going on to the evolution of the LiDAR technology for the UAVs, this initially the LiDAR sensors, 2D LiDAR sensors were mounted, and typically that required a very long drone, which is of a 3-meter long, and the weight of the LiDAR sensor was also very high. So the entire weight of the UAV has to be of the order of the like 50 kg to 90 kg kind of a thing was required earlier if somebody has to think of a UAV for LiDAR sensing. But eventually what happens is there has been an evolution in the LiDAR sensor for the UAV application. One thing is the unique advantage is the high accuracy, and also longer ranges are been provided, robust performance, and various under the various lighting conditions. So UAVs also have come close to these sensors, and a combination is now possible. From bulky to compact kind of an arrangement has been possible, and from the higher cost, the cost of this combination of UAV LiDAR is now affordable, and the autonomy in the flying gives the more advantage over the other platforms. So new performance benchmarks were triggered by this Velodyne sensor, which has 64 beams, and the coverage was entire 360 degrees, and it was giving an accuracy of few centimeters. So what else we need even for the forest measurement? And further in 2015, Velodyne again has launched one more product that has a 16 beams, and the range here was a bit higher, that from 100 meter to 200 meter was the range, and the weight of this sensor was 900 grams, so less than a kg. And the cost is also very less, approximately like around 4 lakhs in Indian rupees. Further, this Livox and Mid 360 also has made the compact and light weight LiDAR sensors by basically migrating from mechanical scanning. Basically, in the earlier lecture, you might have seen how the LiDAR basically works with a mechanical rotator. With that, non-mechanical scanning mechanisms have been evolved. With that, the weight has been drastically reduced. Like you can see here in 2015, it was 900 grams, and subsequently the weight was half kg, and then it is 250, around 250 grams of weight of LiDARs were also produced, and hence the cost is also decreased from 4,000 USD to 700 USD is a decrease. However, the range of these sensors were also enhanced, and the accuracy is maintained is of the order of few centimeters. Now, with these developments happening at both the ends in the LiDAR sensor as well as the UAVs has brought in this picture. And if you also try to see this is also reflected in the number of papers that are published in the last 25 years. If you see the y-axis, this is the number of publications that were there, and on the x-axis you have the year. So from 2000 to 2007, there was very less number of publications on it. But as starting from 2007, where the Velodyne has come into the picture and brought in compact and lightweight, there is a steep growth in the number of studies which are taken up by making use of these LiDAR based UAVs. So it has crossed even the mark of 1,000 in 2020, and even it will be further growing as the technology grows up and as the user requirements are met. So more people will be more eager to make use of the small scale LiDAR on a small UAV, so that it is easy to use, operate, get the data, and further process the data. So further, the progress that has been there in this domain is that the cost cutting has happened over these 25 years, and the size of the drone also got reduced. And the trends that has been seen in the past, if you go through all the literature for the last 25 years, we see that there is a transition from the mechanical scanning devices to solid state architecture. This has basically decreased the weight and size of the laser scanner. and the integration of on-chip processing, scalable manufacturing through the component standardization. Because of this, we have these various kinds of on the timeline you can see. So before 21st century and now what kind of LiDAR developments we are seeing here is that the green box I have highlighted, this is important to us because the cost has to be low and the weight has to be low. And that is what actually the sensor making companies are targeting towards. So starting from, before 2016, the cost was around 9 lakhs and the weight was 2.5 kgs. And it has now, 2023, it has decreased to $700. And the weight is also like a 250 grams. So it is quite handy. And also subsequently, there are also developments in the drone community so that this can be very easily adopted. Now, this is the reason why we are talking of UAV LiDARs. Otherwise, it was not possible. We would have to rely on the satellite platform or manned missions or terrestrial based. So somewhere the LiDAR falls in between these three conventional platforms. Yeah, so as we are talking about this drones, I thought of also sensitizing you about the rules that are there. And recently, last month, there is a new drone draft bill 2025, which talks about the do's and don'ts of the drone. It is not that simply the drone is there, the technology is there, we have to use it. No, there is unlike the other platforms, here this platform comes with a tag that needs to be taken care. Otherwise, in the recent drone policies, very stringent punishments are there that it has been mentioned in the bill that if proper measures are not being taken, then high penalty and even arrest and jail kind of a terms are also mentioned in it. So it is also very important to know the do's and don'ts. So earlier, there were also earlier bills, and the recent bill of September, what it says is that all the drones whose weight is less than 250 kgs has to be registered with the DGCA. Earlier, there was some relaxation, some categorization was there that few drones which are of lesser weight can be exempted. But here, the rules are now a bit stringent that whatever is the weight, anything beyond 250 will not be used by the civilians. It will have it will be at a different community. So for us, whatever is the drone we purchase, whether we purchase even it for a recreational activity or for covering some functional events, that drone has to be registered with the DGCA. And they have also, just I'm summarizing those points because the bill is of 25 pages. These points I just wanted to bring into this presentation. That they have defined the categories of the drones. They have also decided the flying zones, red, yellow, green, and registration. They have made it mandate, and whoever is flying, he need to have a driving license kind of a thing, which they call it as the remote pilot certification is very much required. And also they have mentioned that the applicability who comes under this particular bill, both even if it is an Indian or foreigners operating drone in India are liable to follow these things. Even if we hire some foreign country to do certain activities with this, they have to follow these particular things. So so all the drones which are registered in India or wherever they may be operated, even if they are registered in India, but somebody is operating outside, they have to follow certain things which attracts their operation. So now the registration has been made mandatory. Otherwise, registration was also there in earlier bill, but they have made it mandatory that the UIN, unique identification number, which is very much similar to the RTO number that we get once we register our vehicle. So no sale, no purchase without UIN is the strict thing. Otherwise, some relaxation were there, and here and there people were trying to use it for R&D activity or fly within the campus. For some relaxations were there, but now it is not going to be there. The bill is still in draft phase, and the comments from the public sector has ended in 30th September. So probably they will concretize this bill, pass it in the relevant political forums, parliament, and then this will be made as a standard. Maybe in the coming couple of months, we need to strictly follow this. And this remote pilot certification is also mandate, and type certification is also mandate. And once we are trying to import it, then it has to be imported as per the DGFT norms. And the offenses and punishments are also clearly mentioned here. So yeah, so having that information apart, now just let me just try to tell you something on the acquisition, how it happens. This is very much similar to the acquisition what will be there in manned aerial missions. The only advantage is here the platforms are under the control of the user itself. Otherwise, we have to hire an agency which is dedicatedly doing this task. Otherwise, a person who is looking after a range of a forest can also buy the drone, mount it on a, mounted this LiDAR sensor over a drone, follow all the DGCA norms, and then he'll be able to operate on his own. He did not depend upon any further other agencies. Only thing is we should know the do's and don'ts and follow the rules which are mentioned in the recent bill, and then we'll be able to do it. So once there is a aerial platform that is been mounted with all the sensors, this being a non-imaging sensors, having this IMU and GPS is mandate. That is the reason why also the weight of the entire configuration for LiDAR scanning has not come to the level of the normal RGB images. So we need to have a dual frequency GPS on board this. We need to have an IMU. We need to have the mounting adapters and then the LiDAR sensor. So this is about the platform which is acquiring. So apart from that, on the ground also, we need to establish a base station nearby the flying area. Why this base station is required is the readings given by the GPS, which is mounted on the drone, is not that accurate. The corrections will be carried out from this base station, and we get accurate data. In order to provide the corrections, this activity has to be done with a ground-based GPS. So once it is done, as explained in the earlier talk also, we need to make out this flight planning. There are various tools and open source modules and some commercial softwares are also there, which facilitates you to design the flight path. So once this flight path is designed and flight path is sent into the board of the drone, this drone takes off and then flies according to the flight plan. So this flight plan is decided based upon the point density that we want. Yeah, so once the data is acquired, because the entire thing will be done by the user, I thought I should also sensitize you about the complexity of the data processing that is involved in pre-processing the LiDAR data. First thing is we do the mission planning here. This is the first thing that we do, and we need to make a base station here, and we get this UAV GPS data. So these two data sets will be processed together in a post-processing GPS software so that the trajectory of the aircraft is, this drone is computed to an accuracy of few centimeters. So the IMU will also help here for doing this. And once we have the trajectory of the drone estimated to a good level of accuracy, and from the mission, what we get is a raw LiDAR data. Raw LiDAR data basically will have an information of the range. So if the LiDAR is fired from here, whatever the distance D will be the raw reading of the LiDAR. So once this range is integrated integrated with the GPS IMU data, we get georeferenced point cloud. Now this is more important. And once we make this point cloud, we have to do certain kind of strip adjustment so that the systematic errors can be removed off. And the points which are erroneously collected also has to be denoised. So then once we do all these tasks, for this there are certain commercial softwares are also available, or one can design their own things, so that from the raw data to the registered point cloud is generated. So this is how the acquisition happens.
Voice is not coming.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see how I can escape this pen mode.
Okay, okay.
So I'll just go through some videos which basically
LiDAR
explains
systems are being
how this.
deployed above the canopy.
Yeah.
And so
So we can configure whether we want to fly above or below the canopy. So as the coverage is happening here, you can see that the points are being generated.
Please share your slide or video.
and the Emerson hover map.
Just a minute. Is it now visible?
Not yet. Yes, your slide is. Yeah, we can see your slide.
Flying
Okay, so
DJI drone within
Yeah.
homes that are being deployed both above the canopy.
so the acquisition is happening here with the drone sensor, and as the platform is moving, the LiDAR data is collected.
And the Emerson hover map. Flying DJI drone.
So even under the canopy, that is what I was stressing upon, the extra advantage what we have over the manned mission is, even under the canopy, the drone autonomy can be
These
brought in.
approaches show real
So we can map inside the forest also, and
Mobile LiDAR
once we have this data set,
The complexity of forest description and traditional forest imagery often results in large numbers of staff and effort to collect detailed forest descriptions.
yeah,
such as the
so
forest you've seen in front of you.
based upon the sensor that we
However,
choose, we may have the
looking at
different
mobile LiDAR
details
scans
of the
such as
forest available to us, and once such kind of data is available, we
collects
can do a lot
very
of things
rich
as explained in the
data
earlier presentation, the stem identification,
representing
DBH, individual tree identification.
in three dimensions. The data that you're seeing here has been collected in around a 10-minute survey with a operator, forest imagery staff member wearing the Emerson hover map.
You look at
as a
the
backpack
amount of
and
information that we
walking
have here.
around, the plot area.
So fly above the canopy, under the canopy, and once you have the under the canopy and
You can see here
slice the LiDAR data at a
tree
given
height
Z, you have the
and
stem
the
available.
next step is to
Yeah.
then
So here you can see the classification of point clouds into the simple single individual trees.
the point cloud being colored by individual trees. And this forest is very complex in its nature. And the algorithmic approaches that allow this kind of segmentation have evolved.
Yeah. So
substantially.
further, yes, we have got a lot of algorithms available so
Of
that
course,
we identify the
we
stem.
also want to be able to extract out the stems from the surrounding foliage and be able to quantify, measure these. And so,
So as you
the
keep on slicing it, you will have different
extract out trees.
views where you can try
Right.
to focus on the stem diameter or the entire canopy. So a lot of work is there in the outside India,
In that
but
case,
within India, I have not seen any
sharing
study which is
colours,
carried out with the
seeing
UAV
the
LiDAR. So I just got some clips from the YouTube and internet so that this will help. So you can see the slicing of the individual stem is being carried out here. Yeah. So further, people are also talking about this digital twin of the forest.
From here, we're looking at how we can
and this
improve the
virtual visualization of the
and
forest.
used to
A lot of things
classify,
can be done.
segment, and measure these trees.
So he's sitting in
And
the lab, the
notice
data is
that we keep
collected,
the
and
human
the data is being visualized in a AR, VR kind of an
Now,
environment.
reality is being used whereby a forester is being placed inside that virtual environment to validate, check, and train these algorithms to get better. Key attribute of the classification algorithms is being able to provide these machine learning or deep learning approaches with good training data. And so the development of these virtual reality tools is to put the forest.
So even for training this machine learning, we can slice and then provide this as the training data set.
Scale and proportions in front of them. They can then annotate and describe the trees and therefore provide that training data into the subsequent algorithms for analysis. These LiDAR.
Okay, so that is how the global community of UAV LiDAR is moving ahead in the forestry domain, and this kind of data sets we can expect for the forest, and by putting appropriate algorithms, we can try to segment out the trees, and then you can have various mensurations of the tree automated. Yeah, so once we have such a data, we can also make something like the crown diameter measurement, stem diameter. There are a lot of literature available which basically does this automation process of extracting these parameters. Okay, so this has been in this paper, this has been mentioned. So I thought this will be useful here, that once these LiDAR points are available, the first thing what will be done is the removal of this DTM and normalization of the point cloud belonging to the canopy, so that the various matrices can be extracted out. So the matrices can be, I'm talking about this over canopy. There are also things that have been done in under canopy data coverage. The canopy volume matrices and the distributional matrices, what the earlier speaker has talked about, these all things can be very well extracted. Yeah, so these are the various matrices what people are talking about to extract the information about the forest at plot level, height related matrices, density, canopy, volumes, and individual tree matrices. All these things, the various algorithms are available to extract. So once we have dense and accurate data, probably these are the accuracy of these algorithms are also seen to be quite good. So now coming to the drone for under canopy measurements, as it is already pointed out that manual is labor intensive measurements of stem locations and diameter. The possibility is to have the drones flying below the canopy near to the height of a 1 meter or 2 meter. And one more challenging here will be the availability of the GPS. So possibly this kind of acquisition is suggested in open kind of a forest area. So in order to handle this GPS signal availability. However, there are certain algorithms out there like SLAM and SFM, which are also working in GNSS denied environments. So further research still is on, and a lot of scope is there to get the work done with the drones under the canopy. So the major objectives would be is to map all the stems and then measure the diameter at the breast height, derive the forest structure, estimate the stand basal area, crowding, forest carbon storage. These are all the standard parameters anyone will be looking once he is exploring the photogrammetry. Sorry, the forestry. The major challenges would be, and the research that is seen is to improvise these factors for those people who are trying to explore the drones, or swarm of drones are being sent into the underwood environment, and then they are completely mapping it. However, lightweight UAVs are required here because the gap between the trunks of the tree may not be that good enough to have a large size UAV. So lightweight, compact sensors are looked for, and also the density should be high. Normally, if we compromise on the weight and compactness, the density might not be that high. So we also want a higher density so that the predictions that we make, estimations that we make are the better. Like you can see here, with a lower dense point cloud on the top left of this particular figure, you can see there are very limited point. And with these limited points, we are trying to get the diameter of the trunk. And another factor that is more hampering is these GPS signals may not be available. And also one more disadvantage is once we are going with a lightweight, lower grade debris, the battery support is not for the longer duration. The consumer grade drones, they fly it hardly for 20 minutes. So that 20 minutes may not be sufficient for us. And also the concepts of swarming of the drones is also into the picture where multiple drones like 5 to 10 drones will be launched and then they will be mapping it together. They understand each other's location and subsequently and simultaneously the data will be acquired and the data will be stitched together. Co-registration, other extra steps will come into the picture. But however, having a swarm of drones is also been discussed for better handling the issues of lower dense point cloud, and also increasing the area with the lesser number of, the available battery thing. So yeah, the other possible applications could be is having a thermal camera on board the drones, and we try to see the forest fire. These are certain screenshots from one of the study on usage of thermal images for forest fire. So the front lines of the forest fire can be there, and then monitoring can also happen here. And also, I just wanted to stress rather than going deep into the extraction part, I just also want to sensitize on what is actually happening in LiDAR and the UAV part. So coming to the LiDAR in the future, maybe in a couple of years, we'll try to have multispectral LiDAR or the hyperspectral LiDAR. This is important because in my first slide, I told that LiDARs are good in extracting geometry, but not in the identifying the features are not in the spectral domain. So people are also exploring why not we fire the laser pulses at multiple wavelength. So that will lead to multispectral LiDAR. And subsequently, if we have more number of bands with very less difference between the consecutive bands, there is also a study in Finland Institute, Geodetic Institute, where they are trying to come up with the hyperspectral LiDARs, which will also characterize the biological properties of the trees, apart from getting only the geometry. Otherwise, LiDAR is all meant for extracting the geometrical information. So this from the studies, I just got this particular photographs given a forest like this, and they have fired a tree like this. They have fired lasers at multiple wavelengths, blue, green, red at multiple wavelengths. And the backscattered is been analyzed. Here we get a picture of both the geometry as well as the biological aspects of the tree can also be analyzed. However, this is in a very nascent stage, maybe below a toddler phase. But very soon we'll also have a LiDAR sensors. Probably very quickly the ground-based multispectral is already in place. But to have it on the drone, it may take subsequent some time. But definitely one day we'll have this kind of data sets. So there will be large amount of data. The LiDAR in single wavelength itself is very large. And now more wavelengths we have to multiply with the number of bands that we are acquiring. So huge amount of data will be there. So from that data, a huge amount of information can be automatically extracted. Okay, so that is all from my side. Very briefly, I just have taken you what technologies are available for better data collection. And anyway, the processing part is was handled by the other speakers. So I thought I should be putting a lot of stress on what is available, how we have to choose it, and what ahead we have with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raghavendra. Thank you for sharing your experiences with UAV-based LiDAR, particularly for forest studies and overall also basics of UAV LiDAR and all. There are a few. One question is that could you please open your chat box?
Yeah, I'm just seeing a question. Is different colors explain different categories of tree? Definitely, because the stress, the LiDARs, as I explained already, was meant only to extract the geometrical information. If we go for more wavelengths, probably we get more color information, more wavelength information of the plant or a tree. So that definitely will help us in extracting the geophysical parameters of the forest or a tree. There is another question. Premium devices from Apple offers LiDAR sensor. Can they be used? Can they be like a professional LiDAR? Yeah, definitely. Why not? What else they are doing is the same LiDAR thing has been made compact and then that is available. But the only thing is, yeah, how do we handle that? The range of this is also very less because these applications are targeted for very close range kind of a thing where somebody is holding a mobile in the hand and then he's trying to get the things which are very near to him. Here we are talking about is once the drone is flying, we want the data to be collected at a longer ranges also. Maybe 100 meter, 200 meter, 500 meter, maybe a kilometer of a range is what I will be looking rather than very close range devices.
Are there more questions? Please type in the chat box.
Uh, Dr. Raghavan,
Sir.
thank you very much for a very interesting presentations. And sorry for some delay from the
Yeah,
previous talk. So once again, thank you very much for agreeing these lectures, and I hope that our participant must have benefited with your knowledge and expertise. Thank you so much.
So for the participants, we'll start our next session at 2:30. So now we'll take a break and we'll start the next session at 2:30. Thank you. 15 years of experience in remote sensing, data analysis, LiDAR data processing, time series analysis, GIS, forest biomass estimation, and covariance-based current flux measurements. He is proficient in LiDAR data processing, LA and phenology assessment, and in the integration of field observations with satellite measurements to generate high-quality, consistent data sets. He led the generation and validation of forest biomass products using multi-source EO data and developed the first open reference forest biomass datasets with high-quality field and airborne data to validate the satellite products across India, South Asia, and Central Africa. He has published over 30 research papers in peer-reviewed journal. In recognition to his work, he was awarded ISRO Young Scientist Award in 2018, and he also received Professor Kakani and Rao Young Achiever Award conferred by the Indian Society of Geomatics in 2024. So we invite Reddy to give this lecture on terrestrial laser scanning in forest.
I've been working on LiDAR remote sensing for forestry applications for a while now.
Click.
In this workshop on advances in laser remote sensing for forest ecosystems, I'll be talking on terrestrial laser scanning in forestry, rather generating tree measurements from 3D point clouds. So what LiDARs give you is those 3D point clouds. So we'll get to that in a minute. But what you're seeing is on the screen, the image is a depiction of a LiDAR which is flown over a forested system. So I think you can make out these are trees, but this is colored according to the elevation of a point. So basically, the blue you are seeing is the lowest of the elevation, and the reddish portions you are seeing is the highest of the elevations. And what you're having is a perception of a 3D perception, which is showing you that these tree stands are placed at different heights. So that's something which is the information which is directly generated by LiDARs. So let's see how this is used for tree measurements in this lecture or in this talk. So the agenda would be towards looking at introduction of the terrestrial LiDARs and what information this gives you, and we will be then talking about the data, how the data looks, and a slight very brief thing on the processing part. And we will look at 3 case studies in terms of extracting tree parameters and using for rapid stock assessments. This case study we also can look at it as a mobile LiDAR. So it's just the next level of advancement from terrestrial LiDAR. We'll talk about that. And the last case study will be on non-destructive tree volumes from terrestrial LiDARs. So coming to the introduction. So basically, if I can put it in terms of forest structure, that's when the majority of the use cases for LiDAR starts to get into this scenario. So we can define forest structure or a vegetation structure by the distribution of physical and the vertical and horizontal arrangement of these trees canopies. So that is what makes the structure, and these structural parameters define how the light gets in, how the lights go out, and how the forest stand is maturing, or how trees are getting enough light for photosynthesis and they grow, etc. So there are several parameters of this forest structure which cannot be really directly measured with the current set of technologies which were available prior to LiDAR. So LiDAR actually comes in where this kind of information can be extracted and can be used for a different scenario or different case studies, or different use case situations. For example, if you are looking at an optical remote sensing image or a microwave remote sensing image, so what you generally get is an information from a single layer or a multi-layer scenario in microwaves currently, but they also saturate over a point. So what LiDAR can actually provide you is it can get into the system, like it can get into the different levels of branching, different levels of spacings between the trees. Even actually the interactions with the leaves can be extracted. We can talk about leaf area density or plant area densities, etc. So the majority of the use case scenario for LiDAR, it lies on the forest structural side of it. So what LiDAR provides you is basically literally a virtualization or a 3D virtualization of a tree system or a vegetation system, which then can be used virtually to extract whatever parameter we would require. So we will see a few. Yeah, so we'll see this slide, the introduction to the LiDAR. I'm sure this is the first lecture you had, but to put it in perspective, basically what LiDAR does is the technology works on some simple principle that it actually sends light and it receives light. So it is something similar to the laser pointer you would have been playing, you would have played, back in schooling or before that. So if you are sending a light, so the red pointer, whenever you point out to some building, so it is taking some time to reach from you, your pointer to the building and actually getting it back. So that time, whatever is it traveling, is used to estimate the distance at which the building could have been there. So based on that, if you can put the same principle in perspective, that's where the LiDAR starts to work. And there is a moving, now the pointer also moves. So you need some few other instruments on the pointer. So that's something you have a GPS or an IMU, if you're putting it on a flight. Or if you're actually stationary, you don't need an IMU. So you just need a GPS location of your location, and then you can actually tag it, geotag this points to the actual scenario. So that's some simple principle on which a LiDAR works. So now if we are actually looking at it, what actually LiDAR gives you is the distance basically from a point to a point. So from the source to the target, and the distance is being measured. So if you are putting this LiDAR on an airborne system, so what you get is the elevation. So because you are looking from the top, so you have the distance to the top of the canopy and also distance to the ground. So you subtract both, top of the canopy distance to the ground. So what you have is the canopy height. So if you're putting it on the LiDAR, you can actually do such elevation metrics or on an airborne platform. You can do some elevation, etc. So, but you can also put LiDAR on the ground. You can do other measurements. So we'll see that. So this is what a LiDAR sees. So what LiDAR sees is something what you see. So it is a light detection and ranging. So whatever light you are able to see, you see. So whatever is blocked, the LiDAR can also not see. So for example, you can see, if you're standing in front of a tree, you can see one side of a tree. So back side of a tree, you cannot see. So the same thing happens with the LiDAR. So if it is the light is intercepted, you cannot see something which is on the back. So it is the other ability is it can see through, but the difference is if it's an opaque object, like it's a complete tree, the light doesn't pass through. But if it is something like a branch or something, and you are looking at it from the top, so there are gaps in between the branches or between the leaves. So it can actually pass through. The light passes through, and you can actually see that passed light can show you some other things, like in between tree structure, in between tree branches, if there is one more tree which is there, you can actually see that. So it is like if there is a hard stop, it's like an opaque object, you can't see something on the back. But if there are thinner structures like branches or some kind of a medium which can actually allow the light to pass through, you can see it. So that's the principle on which a LiDAR works. So in that's how it is used to estimate tree heights, etc. So what LiDAR provides you? It generates the data sets which is generated is in terms of points. So it is not a direct estimate or direct visualization which is possible. So what I'm showing you is a small screenshot of a video from Neon Science, which tells you about, which is talking about LiDAR remote sensing. So what you are seeing is actually points. Okay. Now what is those points, or what can you attribute to those points, is something which needs to be visualized for yourself. So if I show you this, can anybody guess what this system would look like? Is the question. So maybe some of you cannot. But if I give you a perspective to this, like this is a system. So maybe now people will start to make sense. So let's go back onto the slide and we can see that. Yeah. So now maybe this points really does make more sense, because now you can attribute them to the tree, actually the trunk in the center, which are like on the ground on the top, and these are the branches or the leaves. So this is what is actually about. So basically now you can see that light is coming in one direction and hitting it. So what's happening is not all the structure or elements of the tree is captured. Actually, not all the branches are captured, but the light has sent them in based on the situation or where the dispersion has happened. And some parts of the structural or the tree internal parameters can be are detected or are reflected back to the source. So that's how you see that point. So same thing happens now. If you see this, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So not every leaf or every branch has a point on it. So it has a few points there, here and there. So now it is all up to the analytical, technical, generating the technical know-how to attribute the information from the LiDAR to actually give it to this tree. Like, do you want to have a height of the tree, or are you interested in the trunk height, or you are interested in the crown width, let's say. So these are the parameters which can be analyzed from the point clouds you just saw. So moving on. So basically now, as I was telling you, we can place the sensor in any platform. So basically you can put it on an airborne system like a UAV or an aircraft, because it's just a laser. It's just a laser. It's a laser it's like a laser pointer, which is sending light and receiving light. So it is just, the sensor can be kept on any platform. So if you're putting on the airborne, it's called aircraft or UAV or something. It's called airborne LiDARs. If you're putting on a static system like terrestrial on the ground on a tripod, it's called terrestrial LiDAR system. So this system now has moved on with a slight advancement. So you can fix it on a vehicle and you can actually move it. So then the system integration is as similar as to the airborne system. So it would require an IMU, it would require DGPS systems where it is able to tell the system where you are, etc. And if you put the same system on a satellite, it is called a spaceborne LiDAR system. So for this lecture per se, I'll just show you an introduction of the difference of aerial LiDAR and how it can be, what is similarity in terms of terrestrial LiDAR. So if you are looking at a LiDAR point cloud from an aerial system, so you will be looking at the tree canopies from the top. And what you're seeing is you can generate canopy height metrics, etc. From these information. So, but if you're looking at the same as a cross section, like the lateral view, like a lateral cut of the view. So what you're looking at is something like this, like the trees which are there. But you can see that the trunks are not so perfectly linearly not detected. So that's when that's the limitation of the aerial LiDAR. So when you're looking from the top, so you're looking mostly on the canopy systems, but you're not really looking at the individual trunk size systems. So that's the difference with the terrestrial LiDAR. So terrestrial LiDAR actually sits onto the ground, and it covers the lateral view. So so the aerial is covering from the top, and then lateral is on the front view, how it is taking out of it. So terrestrial LiDAR is placed on the ground, and it does a 360 scan. Like imagine yourself sitting in, say, in a forest stand or a vegetation stand, and rotating yourself. So that's what terrestrial LiDAR does. So scanner starts from here, and it actually rotates. So you have that whatever you're seeing with your eye, that's what is being saw by the terrestrial LiDAR. So when you're putting so it cannot directly see below it. So that's where the dark spot forms generally in any terrestrial LiDAR scan. When it is rotating around, so what you're seeing now is a huge point density, or huge clarity on the trunks. So if you can really make out these tree trunks on the lateral views. So that's what the terrestrial LiDAR can give you, and that's the difference between the aerial LiDAR point clouds and the terrestrial LiDAR point clouds. And these point clouds from terrestrial LiDAR, they are really, really huge. Because the point densities become very, very high, the acquisition parameters and the requirements on the ground make the data sets very, very complex or very, very dense. So this slide is actually a data set or a visualization of the data set captured by terrestrial LiDAR in a forested system. And this provides you information on to see visually how the data set looks like. So if you can visualize, if you can see it from a distance, you can actually see all the tree trunks. And if you're going into the tree trunk, you can actually, all you see is the points. So we can look at it again. So basically, what it shows you is the information captured is to be attributed to something, and that's when the technical know-how or the technical abilities matters to extract these information. So from here we can see how this information can be used. So from here we can see how this information can be used for extracting different parameters in terms of case studies. So first one to start with is tree level measurements. So traditional measurements on tree level systems on inventories or forest inventories are actually circumference of the girth or the diameter of the tree and the height. So, but what actually TLS can provide is also not only accurate descriptions of these descriptors, but any additional parameters you can think of in terms of height of forest branching, the branching structure, the crown descriptors, the crown, the crown spread area or the crown dimensions itself. So all these can be generated. Let's briefly touch upon the processing part, because what we are capturing from the terrestrial LiDAR is the point cloud. So this point cloud needs to be processed for a few standardized steps before we actually get into the inventory estimation of it, inventory parameter estimation of a tree vegetation system. So basically, as I was telling you, what TLS sees is what you kind of see on the ground. So if there are huge poles or trunks or something like that, so you don't see behind it. So that's when the obstruction also plays a part. So what is generally the mechanism for this is to actually have multiple scans. If you are targeting an area and you actually have scans from different directions, so at least 3 to 4 directions. So this is the center of the area which you are interested in now, and then you're targeting it from multiple directions. So this is multiple scan positions, and then you also do a one scan in the center. So what actually it does is over this area, it creates multiple angle view, and it reduces a significant amount of the obstructions. So then you create a much more meaningful data set. And then this is a data set which is captured over a small area, which is of approximately 2800 meters square. The total number of points in this data set is 11 million. So that's the amount of data it is capturing. And what you can see is this data set actually has an elevation profile. So this is the ground, you can see. So it has to be normalized before we are actually processing for any tree inventory. This is required because the general norm of estimating a diameter is 1.3 meters above from the ground. So unless you normalize for the ground, so you actually have a uniform threshold kind of a thing at 1.3 meter to cut the entire point cloud and estimate different tree diameters of individual trees. So the first steps involved is to just briefly put it is you have to register the point clouds. Basically, you are looking at multiple scans, and then you have to merge them, and then you have to talk about generating a digital elevation model, which can help you to normalize the point cloud. So that's the very initial bits of pre-processing which is required for a TLS scanning. And then comes the next level. So the first case study we are looking at is the information in terms of the tree parameters, like what is the diameter of the tree or height of the tree. That's a very start of the basic of this case study. So now the interest is actually generating the tree diameter at 1.3 meter. So what we did here is to select a small slice from 0.8 to 1.8 meter. So with basically a 0.5 meter buffer on the either sides at 1.3. So that's when that's the area we took, and then we tried to remove all the outliers. So where there is like the initially you can see that a lot of scrubby portion or something like that. So that is being removed. So that we simply used a simple algorithm to say that the bolts are mostly straight or the vertical in nature, with some kind of an angle inclination, but and it needs to have some kind of a continuity in the vertical direction. So all these elements gets off because they are not continuous in vertical direction. So that once you actually filter them, then you can actually detect the actual confirmed seed points, and from there you can actually cluster the point cloud. So you only now are left with this poles which are strongly linked to the trees. So then we created something called super voxels, where we are segmenting the point cloud to detect individual trees. So slightly more complex or mechanics involved, but just to put it very simply, so what we have done is we have segmented the entire point clouds into something called super voxels, where the group of points are clustered. Like it's something like a k-means algorithm which is run on a dataset. So, and we ensure there is a vertical continuity, and also we ensure that there is an adjacency parameters, and each of the super voxels and droids are linked with others based on their continuity to the previous. And from there, we estimated once we have the skeletons of the super voxels, we used a graph cut optimization to cut individual trees. So what we will be left with is something like a super voxel segmentation, and from there we can actually generate an isolated tree. So for example, this is a point cloud which we generated over a small area. So what you are seeing here is individual trees which are being segmented, and each of the tree is kind of having a different color, which can from this each of the tree is ID. So you can actually call out a single tree, and you can virtualize the processing whatever you are looking for. So here, if this is the situation, this is the final set of the parameter extraction. So once you actually have a tree for over an entire set, you can call out a single tree, and you can do whatever parameters you want to extract from this tree. So this is something like now you have captured the entire vegetation ecosystem into the LiDAR, the terrestrial LiDAR, and then you have segmented that to you have segmented each of the tree, or you have identified each of the tree, and then you are now able to extract diameters or height or crown projection area, crown width. Even if you want to get into more detail, you can actually look at height of first branchings, what is the branching structure, how the skeleton of the tree would look like, etc. So that's the level of information which can be provided from the terrestrial LiDAR in terms of tree inventory parameters. Next, of course, there are a few estimate issues as always. So one is the issue of occlusions. Not entire all tree trunks may not have been seen by the terrestrial LiDAR, even though we are putting a few more scans. Always multiple scans can help you reduce this occlusions. Then the other accuracy issue is actually the intermixing of the crowns. So when the crowns are very, very closely linked, so the segmentation may not be 100% always. So, but more or less, the accuracy is what you generate from diameter and height are very, very high in nature. They attribute very strongly to the field measurements. So with this, we have estimated the accuracy assessments, etc., in a system in tropical dry density system where the densities have been till 500 stems per hectare. So the accuracies and the detection rates are been close to 90% or more than that in some of the areas. But on an average, it was around 94, 93% for the detection rates. And then the DBH was measured with the field, the accuracy of the measurements from the field versus the TLS was around 2.5 centimeter in terms of diameter. So that's something which is very, very strongly tells you the potential of the terrestrial LiDAR in these kind of estimates for accurate estimates, and also it is rapid. It is very fast in terms of acquisition of the data. Next, we move on to a different case study where now the challenge we have seen in terrestrial LiDAR is that if you are putting if you're having a single scan, it may not work because you are actually looking at an occlusions of the trees. So what you have done then improve upon is put it on multiple scan angles and multiple scan positions, and you are able to see it from a single tree from multiple directions. So eliminating or reducing the occlusion possibilities or probabilities. The next advancement or the advantage which is moved on is towards the mobile mapping systems. So which are like putting the terrestrial LiDAR on top of a mobile vehicle like a car or something. So where the car is actually moving, so you are able to capture the data on the fly. So if you are able to have a road like a plantations kind of a system, you can actually zip through the entire plantation system in multiple directions with multiple acquisition angles, which can help you better penetrate the system and sample, or even better get the entire plantation setup if the road is available. The constraint here becomes a vehicular approach to onto the plantations. But even so, it can give you very high dense information of the trees, and then from there you can estimate whatever information you want, the be it diameter, be it height. So this case study which we did is for a small plantation to look at the stand and stock estimation of this plantation. The advantage of this using this on a plantation systems is, since the plantations are always put in a uniform way, the spacing, everything is kind of uniformly done. So this provides a lot of information in terms of sampling this plantation wherever the data is highly available, and then maybe that can be used to estimate where the point density or the point density of the LiDAR has been slightly lower. So what happens is this is a small plantation. So we have the green line which you are seeing on the image. So this green line is where we have had a vehicle actually moving across this plantation. So we did not have other access to the roads. So you can see the point density. What you're seeing in colored is the point density of the LiDAR. So this is where the highest point density was, the dark purple color, and the red is where we have a low point density. So that is because it was being occluded by the trees in front. So though we tried from a distance, it was the same, because the distance is slightly bigger here, and so because of this, so what we have is more information can be used, generated from these areas, and that can be used to sample where the point density has been low. So what we did is we detected stems from the entire point clouds, and then we detected stem densities from the information we had, and then we attributed each of the stem to a Voronoi polygon, to see this average spread or the spread what could have been for this stem detected based on the available information. So then we saw is the average area of each stem in high and low point density, or the medium point density and the lowest point density is changing. So for example, that's because we were not able to detect enough stems in the lowest point density class. So the average area there was about 9 meters square, but for the highest point density, it was around 6.5 or around that 6 meters square. So the assumption is here now is because the plantation is uniformly set. So it could have been the similar nature of the point, the area of the stem could have been the same. So hence we can use this as a fixation or the parameter to estimate what could have been the polygons. What could have been it could have not been detected because of the low point density. So you can assume the similar spacing from the high point density areas, and then now you can estimate the total number of polygons over this low point density region, and you can try to replace. So that would help you to get the actual count or the closest count of the actual stand which was there standing in this plantation system. So from there, we also estimated a few other parameters. What is the radius of each of the stem? What is the average radius? And from there, you have the number of estimates of the trees, and then we can compute the total volume per tree and the full plantation estimate, and then we can also estimate the total biomass. And what this particular situation can provide you is, if you have a temporal spacing of these mobile LiDAR collections over this area, what it can give you is the incremental biomass of this plantation stock, plantation stock, which can help you to monitor this plantation for certain period of time. So that's the one more case study from the LiDARs, which can help of course help the forest management or any plantation monitoring systems. So let's move on to the last case study, where here we have taken up slightly more challenging task, which is on non-destructive tree volumes. So here, what we have done is the current level of tree volume equations which are available over India are from Forest Survey of India, which have been done in 1986 or during that period, which are majorly for economic species, and these are for timber generated for timber volume. So merchantable timber volume, and a lot of information is not available. For example, if somebody wants to look at the RMSE of this equation, it's not really available. So the error metrics are not available. So the other metric, other equation which is presented, or which is used across the tropics in Asia and also India, is Chave et al. 2004. So what they give is they give the tree volume using the estimated, using the measured diameter and height, or the height on the ground. So it is always a question whether this tree volume is correct or not, and what is the uncertainty of this actual tree volume versus the estimated tree volume using this volume equations. So we tried to use TLS to generate non-destructive tree volume equations over a study site, so that to see how different, or how the errors were, how the strongly different from the actual traditional approaches which are used in the country. So for this, what we did, we designed is an experiment in central India, in again steak-dominated decidual system, where the species, there are different majority of the species which were there, from Tectona grandis, Phyllanthus emblica, Lagestromia parviflora, Terminalia paniculata, Diospyros xylem, and Terminalia alata. So these are the IVI species over this A region, over the plot. So what we try to do is set up an experiment where we are actually able to generate tree volumes from the terrestrial LiDAR data. So as you were seeing, I'm sure when I was showing you the visualization, you can actually see there are a lot of points on the tree boles. So the question was whether can we actually get to tree volume from this point cloud datasets which we had. So we did a small division of the datasets. So what we collected is 3 datasets basically. One is the datasets where there was a plant felling which was possible, which was happening in the site because of the working. So we tried to get five few trees where we had a destruction, tree destruction was happening. So what we did is for this plant felling, we captured the TLS datasets from when it was standing, and then when the trees were cut and fell on the ground, we weighed each of the tree. Into different samples, and also collected wood density samples for these different trees. And then we estimated wood densities for these trees. So we'll come to that. We had one more data sets which we had only TLS. So we captured around 110 trees with TLS from multiple directions. So we had this huge data set which was only TLS. So there was no destructive measurements. And then we had a third data set where we had only destructive measurements, and we did not have any computations of we did not have any TLS measurements for them. So we had about 20 trees of such, and then what we did is these all 20 trees we weighed on the field and also collected the wood density samples for each of these 20 trees. So what we did is we basically generated a model from the TLS data and calibrated that model using dataset 1, where we had a ground measurement of a tree volume and also the well volume from TLS. And then once our parameterization is fixed, we use the same model to generate a tree volume equation from TLS data alone using the TLS dataset 2. And finally, this model was validated to an independent dataset 3. So there was no the analysis was carefully planned so that there is no overlap and there is no bias which can be introduced because of using multiple datasets at different positions of time. So what we did is, as I was telling, we actually measured each of the tree whatever the logs which were cut. Each of the log was measured, even the branches, leaves, everything was the branches, everything was collected and measured. So like the smallest of the branches, etc., everything was measured, and total weight was computed on the ground. And we had a few wood density samples which we collected, and then we used in the lab using a water balance method. After one drying, we calculated the wood density. And for the same tree, what we did is we captured the TLS. So this tree, this is how it is. The TLS, the tree looks like this. So it was captured before felling using a TLS, and after that we weighed the tree, and then the TLS we processed for the tree volume. So these are the 5 trees we captured before felling, and then we processed for the tree volume. So very brief slide on the method. So what we did is we generated a QSM based 3D cylinder models. So we fitted small cylinders onto the tree bowl and also the branches, and we ensured that these have a connectivity between them. So we used a hierarchical topology to establish this kind of a hierarchy, and then we estimated tree volume for each of the tree bowl, and then total tree volume is each of the cylinder. We estimated a tree volume for each of the cylinder, and total tree volume now is estimated. It can be easily generated as the sum of all cylinder volumes. So then we computed also a model uncertainties, etc., by working on a lot of simulations on these trees, on these 3 points. So when we compared that with the actual tree volumes from the ground, from the destructive measurements, so what we saw is the TLS measurements from we parameterized the model and uncertainties in such a way that the bias from the tree, from the destructive volumes and the TLS is less than 5%. So that's how that's when we calibrated this model. Further, what we also did is to actually compare the TLS volume detected versus the traditional volume equations for these trees. And what we observed is between the traditional methods, the errors at tree level were about 25 to 30%, and that can be reduced to approximately 5 to 6% when you are trying to use TLS for these tree volumes. And then, of course, this can be used at a different scale. So what we did is for the dataset 2, where we had a lot of TLS scans. So these are the number of trees we had in terms of different species and also different girth classes. We approximately had around 120 trees, which we sampled at different areas in the study site, and then we had a TLS scan for this. So for each of the TLS scan, using the same calibrated model, we applied, and then we generated a TLS non-destructive tree volumes for these trees, and then we used the log nonlinear relationships to generate this tree volume equation for this study site. So we validated it, the accuracy from the TLS versus the destructive volumes were very, very highly accurate. The validation was done using the dataset 3, where we initially said that this dataset was majorly only only destructive volumes and did not have any TLS scans. So we estimated the TLS estimated volume using the volume equation generated by TLS alone, and then we compared that to the destructive reference tree volume. So, and the accuracy, the bias was less than 5%, which strongly advocates the results which are generated with the volume equation and the accuracy assessments which can be generated by dataset 2. And when we also analyzed in more detail with the traditional approaches over just the dataset 3, what we saw is the bias at individual tree levels was around 15 to 20% with the traditional equations at trees where the only destructive measurements were performed. The dataset 3, the large kind of uncertainties were actually coming from the trees which are above the highest the DBH, like above 40 centimeters, which are having a diameter of trees. The uncertainties were huge in terms of both FSI models and also the Chave equations. So but the reported accuracies from TLS were providing higher TLS volume equations were providing much more consistent results across the study area. This also can be due to the sampling intensity which was generated using for these two traditional approaches. So TLS can help you to solve all these issues in generating this volume equation. So it can generate the error matrix, and also it can help you to reduce the sampling uncertainty, which is generally the cause for this the bias of wrong estimates or overestimations or underestimations of tree volumes at different diameter class. So all in all, that's the advantages of we have seen in terms of TLS in 3 different case studies, starting from tree inventory parameter estimations, also in terms of stock estimates or large scale or kind of a uniform over plantations. How can we generate a stock estimates? And finally, we also saw how we can use TLS for terrestrial non-destructive tree volumes, and compare and showcase the advantages in terms of what it generates from in comparison with the traditional approaches. So where the entire story can fit in is one of the case study is towards the accurate spatial biomass estimation, where LiDARs can at different scales can help you improve this above ground biomass estimations. So at plot scale, the terrestrial LiDARs or the mobile LiDARs can help you. At regional scale, UAV systems or the airborne LiDAR systems can help you. At even more larger scale, like in national scales or more, that's when the satellite LiDARs can help you. So this is one of the example I tried to put in where the LiDARs can help you help the forest management towards accurate spatial AGB estimation. So that concludes my talk, and thank you all for the attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reddy, for your lectures. Very useful case studies has been presented by him. I hope all the participants are taking advantage of these particular workshops. So now in the sequence, we have the last and very important presentations, a talk by Dr. Subrata Nandi. So let me just introduce Dr. Subrata Nandi. So Dr. Nandi is a senior faculty member at the Forestry and Ecology Department of IIRS, and he has a long experience in the field of forestry, particularly biomass productivity assessment and utilizing the LiDAR remote sensing. He has been working for a long time, and he has worked in all kinds of LiDAR systems, terrestrial, airborne, and spaceborne systems. And he has a lot of accolades on his credit and awards And more than important that we have been able to generate a lot of good case studies while working in Himalaya using LiDAR remote sensing, and including the use of space-bound LiDAR, which is recently the space-bound LiDAR which have been there. The data of these LiDAR system has been very efficiently used to improve the estimates of biomass, particularly over Himalaya. So I would now request Dr. Nandi to please present your talk.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'll just share my slides now. So thank you, sir. This session, basically, I'll be discussing with you. May I request Ashok to start recording, please.
Ashok, Janardhan, are you there?
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. So again, to start with, this session basically I'll be discussing on spaceborne LiDAR missions and their applications in forestry. How different spaceborne, mainly the recent spaceborne LiDAR missions, and how can they be used, or the data or the data products can be used for various applications in forestry. Now, to start with, I'll this basics of LiDAR and concept of LiDAR being discussed in from the first lecture to the recent lectures also. So I'll skip this slide. Basic fundamental of LiDAR is to send a laser pulse from a different ground platform or a airborne platform, or maybe from spaceborne platform towards a target, and to measure the timing and the amount of energy that is being scattered back. So basically, it is calculated by distance equal to time, speed multiplied by time by t by 2, because you need to and fro. So this is being already discussed. So there are, if I take the platform wise, there are different kinds of LiDAR, and we have discussed all. One more platform is UAV LiDAR. So we have discussed in the morning about airborne LiDAR, then there's UAV LiDAR, then terrestrial LiDAR, but I'll be basically now speaking on spaceborne LiDAR missions. Now, spaceborne LiDAR mission has many advantages for assessing the vegetation parameters from global, regional to global scales. There is a satellite. There is a first of all, we in first lecture itself, it was being told that we have that's ICED. ICED is Ice, Cloud, and Land Elevation Satellite, and there is a sensor called Geosciences Laser Altimeter System. This operated from 2003 to 2009. However, there are recent LiDAR missions which are active, called JEDI, Global Ecosystem Dynamics Investigation, and ICED2, Ice, Cloud, and Land Elevation Satellite 2. However, if we take, there are many actually. If we see the different missions, whether these are used for atmospheric studies or vegetation studies or earth studies, there are many LiDAR missions which are past it was there. This table actually shows the present ones and which are under development or in future also. So there is ICED, then there is Calypso. These are ICED was actually used for vegetation canopy height and biomass estimation. Then there is Calypso for mainly for aerosol studies, limited studies in canopy this thing. Then CATS. This is also for aerosol, cloud aerosol kind of studies, and very limited use for vegetation parameters. However, JEDI is a Global Ecosystem Dynamics Investigation, as well as which is mounted on ISS. International Space Station, and Ice Cloud and Land Living Satellite 2 of NASA. These actually are basically used for forest canopy height, urban biomass, and carbon, as well as different habitat characteristic kind of studies. In future, we have some more missions are coming up, which is one is MOLI from JAXA. MOLI is multi-footprint observation LiDAR, and imager is also from ISS or the International Space Station. Then JEDI-2 is also being planned. Then there is another mission called EDGE for Earth Dynamics Geodetic Explorer, and there is ICEP-3 is also being planned. So in those, in future slides also, like MOLI, then EDGE, JEDI-2, ICEP-3, all these have application in vegetation or for forest. Even further is one more mission of JAXA. There is ATLID, atmospheric LiDAR RPF. So we have past also we had data of ICEP. So far as vegetation studies is concerned, ICEP people have used this data for height, terrain as well as biomass estimation. We also did many studies using ICEP, and then JEDI recently, JEDI, ICEP-2, and future also there are many missions coming up. So in this presentation, basically I'll be showing the present missions. I won't show the case studies on ICEP. We did some case studies on ICEP also, but I'll show basically some case studies on JEDI as well as ICEP-2 pertaining to forest canopy height or from biomass estimation. Now, to start with ICEP-2. So this basically it was launched in September 2018, and the data was available from October 2018 onwards, and every 90-day interval will get the data. Now, this is an instrument on board. ICEP-2 is Atlas. It is Advanced Topographic Laser Altimeter System, and it operates in 532 nanometer, which is green. This is the capability of measuring the canopy height. As I said, is capability from all this space-bound mission has capability from regional to global scale estimation, and it can provide a very good understanding of the global carbon stock and other areas of forestry as well. So far as footprint is concerned, basically it is around 11 to, or you can say like 10 to 15 meter in between footprint size, and every 90 days repetition is there, and each laser emits 10,000 pulses per second, and each beam actually there are 3 pairs of beam. Each beam is separated into split into 2. So 3 pairs, 6 beams are along track. It moves and gets the data. Now, so these are the different spacing in between the different kinds of beam it has. And even when you see the data, it has some strong beam as well as weak beam as well. The strong and weak beam both are used in altimetry measurements over bright surfaces such as sea ice and ice sheets. For low reflectivity targets such as oceans and overland, only strong beams are being used primarily. So in this pair, actually, one is strong beam, another is weak beam. So 3 pairs, that means 6 beams, and both strong and weak beams are being used based on the purpose of the study. Mainly for all hand purpose only, the strong beams are being used. Now, there are different products actually ICEP-2 has. Now, if you see the products, this is Atlas product, ATL 06, ATL 10, ATL 07, ATL 08, 13, 12, 9. So a different level of product. Yeah. So basically for land and vegetation studies, we use ATL 08 product, which is basically land and vegetation elevation. So whatever studies I'll show, basically it uses ATL 08 data. Now, how to access this kind of data or other product? So if you just you can type open altimetry in Google, it'll identify, you can get to this site openaltimetry.org, and you can go to this browse iSet2 data, which is now active. Active mission. So you can go to browse iSet2 data, and then you can get this like this information, like global coverage will show. And at the left hand side, you can see the date and year also is being mentioned. Now, in the right hand side, you can see the different products. The products which are, suppose you are interested in some other area. Suppose I'm going back to products again. Suppose you are interested in land ice height, then you should use ATL 06, and ATL 10 is basically for sea ice freeboard, and then ATL 07 for sea ice elevation, and so on. So since we are mainly concerned about vegetation studies, so we have used ATL 08 product. So if you see the whole globe, it will have a global coverage. If you zoom into our own area, it will show you. Suppose I'm showing here. As I said earlier, there are 3 pairs of beams like this. One is strong, another is weak beam. Oh, sorry. Now, here you can see this is not wall-to-wall kind of scenario. So in between there is a gaps also, and there is in a repetition when you know after 90 days or 91 days when it repeats the pass, it won't go exactly over this. It may be around this only. So you can explore your study area and just see what the data is. Now, suppose I identify, I just select area on this data set, and suppose I select this part, so it will show the elevation profile as well as the canopy height. Now here you can see the canopy height of the forest here. So canopy height or canopy height profile of the forest. If you individually go to each of these points, it will show you the lat long as well as the height observation. So this could be very good data for directly monitoring. Let us say I'm monitoring a plantation over for a period of time. Even if it is not passing over exactly over the same time, but nearby data will be there. So the growth and all can be studied very easily. Now, if you get the canopy height profile, and here, the height information, you can see the height information. You can get the similarly you can get for the bigger area. This one I have selected a small area only. Now this data, the height information. This now suppose I get a profile of the whole area, so it can be basically used for to study. Suppose I want to study, or I have a temporal data set, or even if I have a one-time data set, I can identify the areas which have intact forest, even the areas which are experiencing, let's say, logging and this kind of information. So you can identify, the areas which are disturbed, which are intact, using this kind of data, only profile and data, and you will get this kind of. Moreover, this can be utilized further for generating a canopy height map. But before moving to that, I just want to show you a video of the area wherein how the data works. So just share the video. It's possible. Please. Not visible. Yeah. This is how iSet2 data works. So as I said, there are 3 pairs. So it will move like this and get the full terrain. It will scan like that. This laser beams, and then what the data you get is basically you can get a profile of this. So as I said, canopy profile. Now to show you how a canopy profile can be generated, like from here. Now wherever it went, the passes, it shows the canopy profile of this. Now this is very good data for identifying the structure attributes over a larger area because it is a global coverage. Now you can see here. Now you can have a profiler, like you can identify, even the height and even the disturbance and non-disturbed area, intact forest, disturbed forest, this kind of thing you can identify using this kind of profiles. But here, this is, as I said, this is not wall to wall. This is along that scanning or where the beam passes, along that track, you get the data and you get this kind of 3D data. Now, the next is suppose I want to generate a canopy height map of the whole area. Now, how do I integrate this data with some? Can I integrate some other data set also to generate a canopy height map of the whole area? Because here it is showing along the track only. It is not showing over the whole area. So to address this, basically, to address this, what we did a study. We did a study on forest height and development biomass estimation, and it is the first study of in Indian forest using ICET2 data. Basically, it is you can say the synergistic use of multi-sensor data being used for forest height and development biomass. Now, if you see the right hand side image, these are the passes of ICET2, but in between, there are many areas which are which doesn't have those passes. So our aim is to how to generate a wall-to-wall canopy height map using this data and integrating with some other data. So what we do basically, so if you look at this methodology, the left part is basically the methodology for generating a forest height map, and the right part is basically to generate forest development biomass. Now, if we look at this left-hand side of this image or the figure, what we have done is this is the ICET2 data after the outlier removal. Error. Like there even in some data sets will get the forest height like 140 meter, 150 meter. Those kind of data sets should be removed. So and then we get the age character, the height information. So what we have done is we have integrated this height with Sentinel-1 data, which is CVN SAR data. That means we've extrapolated this height information based on the Sentinel-1 data. So integrated these two data using machine learning method. We generated the forest canopy height map like this. So initially, so basically how it was made is it was only those lines, lines at which you get the height points. So we integrated these with the background Sentinel-1 data to generate a 3D model of the forest or forest canopy height map. So this was our first objective. And second part was, if you look at here, second part was, if we integrate, the question was like, if we integrate height information, is there an improvement in biomass estimation? So we generated a model wherein we used only spectral information. Another thing is spectral as well as LiDAR or canopy height information. So here, in the middle part is basically field inventory. In field inventory, basically we calculated for the biomass of field plots, and then we integrated this with the Sentinel-2 derived spectral indices and bands. So integrating these two, we got integrating one model was integrating field data and actually the Sentinel-2 derived parameters. So your dependent variable is biomass and independent variables are Sentinel-2 derived parameters. So one model was this. Another model was, in addition to that, if I add forest height map, is there any improvement in the accuracy? So what we have found in this study that there is an improvement in accuracy when I'm adding structure. So basically, when I'm using only Sentinel-2 data or spectral indices, I'm thinking for us a 2D only. The 3D information or the structure information are not being incorporated in the model. So in the second model, wherein canopy height interesting information was added, it gave a better estimation of biomass. So it shows the importance of forest height in estimation of above ground biomass. Now, this study, one more highlight of the study was all this, it was done with all the freely available or open access satellite, open access data. So be it Sentinel-1 data, ISAT-2 data, or Sentinel-2 data, all open access or freely accessible. And this was done in Google Earth Engine platform. So on the software, all the platform that is being used are all free. So for the data as well as software, everything was free. Free platform, free database. So so here what we have found that the utility of canopy height information or the LiDAR direct structure information gives a very important information or provides a very important input for estimating the above ground biomass. So you can see the left hand side, you have the special patterns of forest canopy height. In the right hand side, you have the forest biomass or above ground biomass. Moving further, so second mission that is the GEDI, the Global Ecosystem Dynamics Investigation. So this is basically launched in 2018, and this operation 1064 nanometer, and it is a footprint of around 25 meter diameter, and these are actually data sets which can be used for canopy structure, biomass, for different kind of studies related to topography. These are actually, if you see, there are 4 pairs or 8 beams. 8 ground tracks are there. So 3 lasers, 4 beams, or say 4 beams and 8 ground tracks, compared to I said to as 6 or 3 pairs rather, 6 tracks. Here it is 8 tracks in the past. So how can I access this data? So if you go to this arcdata.nasa.gov, you can see this ARC data, and then you can further identify that ARC data search. Here, go to ARC data search, and then you can see this kind of data sets. Now here, if you look at this, GEDI level 2 data, GEDI level 4 data. So here there are different levels of data types, level 1, level 2, level 4. Now level 2 data is basically elevation and height metrics, and level 4 data they're giving above ground biomass density point information like that. So now they're one step ahead. They're giving you the above ground biomass density as well. But yeah, this need to be validated at local level before starting a study. Even the height level, height and other things they're giving. In addition to that, the other parameters they give is plant area density, then the plant area index, then volume density, and there are different products actually which are given by or provided by GEDI data. Here you can see this is canopy cover, vertical profile matrices, and vertical profile matrices they given different kind of products. So these are all data sets from GEDI. So L2A or L2B and L2, so L4. So here directly you can use those kind of products for your study based on your purpose of the study. Now suppose I selected a small area. These are the passes of the study. Now here you can see the dates and all detail of the data sets that are there in that small box which I have not selected. You can download the study or download the required data, and you can go for your study. Now, how to this is the zoomed view of the same part, zoomed view of that, and you can left hand side you can see the different dates of which the data is available, and the different products also, whether it's a L2 product or it is L4 product. All those products can be accessible. So here basically the elevation and height metrics are shown. Even L4 like urban biomass density can be then plant area index also can be studied. Basically, the various applications that can be used using this kind of data set. This you can study the tree growth, of course, and then mortality also can be studied. Regeneration can be studied, and competition also can be studied. In addition to biomass or the forest carbon stock estimation. So we can quantify forest biomass, and disturbance recovery kind of studies can be done. Carbon sequestration potential can be estimated, and vertical structure in relation to biodiversity or habitat characteristics can be assessed using this kind of data. Now, so basically, what it does is basically what we also do similar kind of thing. So this is a waveform. So at one point at one footprint. So this is basically representing one footprint. So these are the footprint of that LiDAR, let us say. So these are integrated with many layers. So related layers. So it could be it could be different indices. It could be different bands of optical data. Because I want to extrapolate this information, which is height information, from here to outside the footprint area. So using different kinds of related layers, this information can be extrapolated over a larger area. In this case, we can go for canopy height mapping like this. So from local measurements or validation to landscape level data to model building to map production to decision making can be done using this kind of space LiDAR data. Now, I'll show you a small case study where we use synergistically used JEDI, Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 for canopy density. The estimation this was done in hilly terrain of Podigarh district of Uttarakhand. So here you can see these are the passes or the JEDI passes or height data basically. And this area we have different kind of forests like pine, oak, and deodar. So this is hilly area, but a very small area in this. And we tried to what we did. Again, we tried to integrate LiDAR as well as SAR and optical data for generating above ground biomass and canopy height model using machine learning based approach. So we could generate the forest canopy height map of Podigarh, a part of Podigarh district of Uttarakhand. Now you can see here these are the areas where more height is there. Basically, when we build it on ground, we found that these are the areas where there are trees here. So it would give a very good representation and high accuracy the forest canopy height. And above ground biomass also accordingly, when we integrated this canopy height map in above ground biomass estimation, we got very good high accuracy of forest above ground biomass in comparison to when we use only the optical data for estimating or the estimating for above ground biomass. So this also shows the potential of JEDI data in estimation of canopy height map and subsequently the forest biomass and carbon stock of the study. Not only for a small area, we also did for a larger area. So basically, we for a forest area of Tripura district. Here in this case, we have taken natural forest. We have not taken the rubber plantations. In this left-hand side, actually all areas are rubber plantations. So we have not taken the rubber plantation as such, but taking the forest landscape, and now these are the passes like this. And from these, we are integrating with optical and SAR data. We could get the forest canopy height map of the whole state, and then incorporating the forest canopy height, we got the forest of biomass. Moving further, nowadays, you also get the product like forest canopy height map. With a similar kind of approach, in this case, JEDI and Landsat were merged. So in our case, we used integration of JEDI and Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2. In this case, they have used integration of JEDI and Landsat data and generated the global canopy height map like this. Now, this was published in by POTA 21. You can for details, you can go to this paper and get the detail how they have done. And moreover, more importantly, you can select your area, any of the area, and get the product. Only thing before studying thing, I think this need to be validated when before using this kind of product. This need to be validated at local level. To move further, we have also now very high resolution global canopy height map at 1 meter. If you see this Colon et al. In 2024, basically they used used JEDI and aerial LiDAR data to get a sub-meter kind of height map of forest areas. Now, if you see, this is the global coverage. If you see the Indian part like this, and the right hand side, I'm showing the Shivalik Himalayas as well as the part of Bulgaria. Now, if I just show you here. Now, if you go to this website here, it will link we are open the Google platform and see the different layers. You can zoom into your area, and this can be downloaded also. Your study area or study area, extent if you give, you can download. So in this, you can see the canopy height. Suppose I zoom into any of these areas. This is Corbett Tiger Reserve. Suppose I look at this area. You can see the height. So you can go. This is in Google Earth Engine platform. Now there is one thing called canopy height more than or equal to 1 meter. So if I look into it, it will give you this kind of information. Then input imagery observation also, it will show observation date. So if I zoom out a bit, show the input imagery date, and it can also show the Potapov et al. To 2021 data as well. So you can compare the different maps here in the platform. Like here, this is from Potapov, and there is one more called the canopy height map by Lang 2020. So various studies have generated the canopy height map. We can, and this can be downloadable. Only the Potapov thing is 30 meter, but they are saying giving a sub-meter kind of thing like this. You can get detailed of it. So this is basically this study, and then you can compare this with the Potapov study. So suppose I zoom in any of this area, because this is a coarse resolution kind of. But if I go to this, you'll get a fine resolution of the same area. So this is basically Potapov et al. Data is basically 30 meter, wherein the canopy height map, this is sub-meter. So we get a detail of this. So this can be downloaded, and this is very recent data, and this can be used. Only thing, if you see that region of this map, it shows 0 to 24 meter. Okay. So again, before using this kind of data, you should check its accuracy at local level, and then so basically, if you need a height map near India, you can download this product and use, and of course with validation you can use, like what is the accuracy of data at your level, that need to be checked. So moving to my PhD. So, so the application of the space-borne LiDAR, there are many applications. What I have shown is basically on carbon or biomass estimation kind of thing. This could be very can be utilized for habitat quality or biodiversity kind of study, forest health and productivity studies, even disturbance and recovery studies can be very easily done using this kind of data. Then this space-borne data actually it gives information about forest and topography, which are very much required for understanding that the carbon and motorcycle process, biodiversity, and habitat. with animal habitat and the behavior can be studied, and people have studied also, like so earlier people used to study using using that airborne data or TLS data. But since this is free of cost and I can directly access, you can integrate with some other data sets to to show this to generate or to study the habitat of the species. So in a nutshell, that means wherever the structure is involved in any of the studies, or the studies requirement is, let us say, for a structure, this kind of data sets can be easily integrated, or maybe this data set can be integrated with some other data sets to generate a structure, and ultimately this can be used for many purposes. So I can say that we are in an era of overall the LiDAR remote sensing part. I can say that we are in an era of, let's say, LiDAR remote sensing, or active remote sensing rather, and with the wealth of data sets now available, as well as in the future also, as I showed, the future also, there are many missions are coming up where we get the data sets from LiDAR. So this can be very well utilized for assessment and monitoring of various ecological and forestry purposes. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, please type in the chat box.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.